Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and court trials and following true crime your thing, please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you see what you like in my content, please consider giving the content a thumbs up. Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and court trials and following true crime your thing, please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you see what you like in my content, please consider giving the content a thumbs up. Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and court trials and following true crime your thing, please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you see what you like in my content, please consider giving the content a thumbs up. Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and court trials and following true crime your thing, please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you see what you like in my content, please consider giving the content a thumbs up.
Good morning, true crime friends. Whoa. I had that on my phone. I heard a loud scream from the kitchen. Well, good morning. It's Monday, November 10th, 2025. Almost Christmas time. I think I'm going to put up my tree. I was going to do it this weekend, but I don't know what happened. This is not the trial. This is not the live one. I got to find the live one. My keyboard is so new that it's hard to push the A. So I have to like pound on it. How's everyone doing this morning already? Good morning. Thank you for being here. Hi. Is that you, Kathy? There's the live one.
So you had previously indicated that you arrived at the scene with Dennis Ozawa, is that correct?
I'm going to have to rewind it.
When you arrived on scene, did you interview anyone at Paladura?
We did.
Who did you interview at Paladura?
That's going to give you a
Okay.
Johnathan.
In addition, did you speak with the children there, or was that over at the Porcupine Rim scene?
Porcupine.
Okay, so let's move forward to the Porcupine Rim scene. When you arrive at that scene, what do you observe?
When Detective Ozawa and I arrived on scene, we observed Devyn Michaels going between the house and her vehicle, which is the Nissan Armada, and then I believe there was one child kind of playing around in the
Okay. Did you notice anything at the Porcupine Rim scene as you arrived other than Devyn Michaels?
I did. As we walked up the driveway of the residence, kind of off to the side, which would be near the opening of the garage door, there was a
So I
black
take it
spot.
she's the witness that.
And when you say off to the side, do you mean actually on the driveway?
It was on the driveway.
And which side of the Nissan Armada was it?
It would be to the left.
Okay. So the driver's side.
Correct.
When you observe the cell phone on the driveway, on the driver's side of the Armada, do you immediately go grab it, or what are you thinking at that time?
No, at that point, we made note of it. That is something that we're gonna wanna include in our search warrant. So at that time, we're leaving that so that we can collect it in a way that we can have it forensically analyzed later.
Okay. And I would presume at that point, when you see it from a distance, you don't realize there's blood on it.
Correct.
But you're noting it, you're not telling the defendant about it, you're just, okay, that's noted, and you move on.
Yes.
And you indicated previously that you had an opportunity to speak with the girls, the young girls, is that right?
Yes.
I just wanted to say real quick because I forgot. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel, please. And share it out. Let people know I'm live. I don't think anyone knows I'm even live, or I'm alive, period. All right, here we go.
And they indicated to you that the Devier had been home with them last night.
That's correct.
We went through the first interview in the beginning of your testimony. You recall that?
Yes.
And also, I called it the first interview. This is actually the second interview conducted by detectives, but the first that you were involved.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to ask you, but how were you approaching this second interview when you first go in? What's your mindset?
Sure. So whenever we're contacting someone for the first time, we try to use a free format. We will ask them questions and allow them to give us a narrative in their own words. They're explaining the situation, the story, all of the things that they want to organically just tell us. And then we may ask a couple follow-up clarifying questions and sometimes repeat back to them what they told us so that we can feel comfortable that we understand what they're trying to tell us.
And you are aware that there was an interview conducted with the defendant prior to your involvement?
Yes.
And this second interview, your first,
Yes.
was that investigative type, open-ended, like, hey, give us any information you deem relevant kind of thing?
Correct.
And just to briefly summarize, there was some discussion about, in that second interview, your first, the day before, shopping for school supplies, the defendant acknowledged she had been with the victim, and then she said he was alive and well in the garage when she left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this first interview you're involved in, we heard a little girl's voice approach. Is that correct?
It is.
Describe that, what happened, and what that meant to you.
So while we were interviewing Miss Michaels, we are engaged in our conversation. To be honest with you, I'm not sure which of the daughters, their names I still get mixed up. She had approached the window and she has the cell phone that we believe is the one we previously saw on the driveway. And she says, "Mommy, here's Daddy's cell phone. That's why he didn't answer." There was a physical reaction from this, from Devyn, and she takes the phone, she hands it to us, and she made a comment, "This should help you." And then that's pretty much changed the tone a little bit to casual conversations to then it became a little bit more flustered.
Okay. And is it at that point where you noticed the blood on the phone?
Correct.
And I would imagine that's important for an investigator.
Very much so.
You, I believe, previously indicated that after that first interview, a search warrant is authored and conducted on the home and the vehicles outside the home at Porcupine Rim. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the course of that, we know the wallet with the current ID is found. It's tied in several bags in the defendant's underwear drawer, and it's kind of tucked away. Is that right?
Yes.
And then within that same bag is the truck keys.
Yes.
The Social Security card was found, but that was in her purse, not hidden away with the other stuff.
Right.
Okay. We were about halfway through that second interview when we had to break on Friday. And so just describe for us how you're approaching this second interview differently, knowing what you know about the blood on the phone and the items found in the home.
Sure. So as I mentioned, the first interview is going to be more of a format that allows the subject to give us their narrative, their truth, what they want to tell us. The second interview, we've now discovered some evidence inside the home. There's some things that we need to confront her with. So the tempo of the interview, the tone changes. It becomes a little bit more direct. Okay, you said that this happens, but now we have this. For instance, the wallet. We didn't know about the wallet. That wasn't brought up in the first interview. So now we are going to be targeting her, asking direct questions, and it can be accusatory in nature.
Okay. And so we left off at 36:55, but just because we were really cutting it close, I want to start back at about 30 minutes of that interview and then resume. I may pause it a couple of times and ask you some questions, okay? May I, Judge?
Yeah.
What do they look like?
Remind us what exhibit this is.
620 on.
Okay. I don't know, like I have all of his old driver's license, I had all of his old stuff.
And then a whole wall with a driver's license? How many do you think you have in there?
I think I have 2 of his licenses.
And then are they open wallets or
Yeah, we have a whole lot of dead ears as well.
in separate wallets?
No, just in separate places.
Okay, where was the other one? Like the ones for Johnathan? Where did you keep those at?
The ones were in dead ears in a different drawer.
Which drawer?
One's in, like, my drawer with, like, some doorknobs and stuff, and the other one's in like a knife hamper on the other side.
Oh, okay. And you think you have a couple of his driver's license?
I know I do, and I have them on my phone, too.
Oh, did he? And why does he give you those, or why do you have
I know how it sounds, but he literally said, hold on to this because it's important. He literally said that. It's like the social and everything. And I have the EBT card, and you can see that the gas station, he handed me the EBT card and said, this is the code, and then he gave me the other one.
What's that?
I said, this is good.
Why did you say that?
Because he's telling me to do things, and you're asking me about it, and
Well, I mean, you're explaining it, that's why.
but you can see at the gas station, he hands me the card and says, hold on to this in case you need something. Like,
And that's the EBT card?
yes, sir. And it's at the gas station, you can see him hand it to me.
The Argo.
And no, and not the Arco, there's another gas station on the Pecos one where we stopped, and I think, yeah, because he gave me the card and then he went outside to smoke a cigarette. But it's on the security camera, you can see him hand it to me.
Which, you know, which gas station?
I don't know the name of it, it's by the Burger King.
Burger King, you know, like,
It's like the Pecos and Windmill, it's like right there, you can.
Pecos Windmill, Burger King.
There's a gas station right there. He was talking about the man that works there. He parks
Like on the corner?
He was telling me about the man that works there, and he sleeps in his car and everything like that.
What time did you get that with that?
That was after we unloaded everything. We went right there, and I got a Monster drink, and I don't remember what he got.
So right after you left,
When we got back to his end of town.
so coming back is when you went to that gas station?
Yeah.
So, like, so after the actual 9 o'clock. And that's when he gave you his EBT card?
Yes, you can see him hand it to me and he walks out the door.
So that's near his place. You said Pecos and Windmill? The Burger King?
Yes, sir. Like,
So So detective, we're now talking about kind of the social security card, the wallet. There's an EBT card that's referenced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Before we move on, I want to ask you about an exchange that was a bit earlier in the interview, but would be duplicative for me to play again. Earlier on in the interview, you had confronted the defendant about the bloody phone, correct?
Yes.
And what was her general response with regard to that?
As far as the acknowledgement of the phone,
Yes.
she was surprised about the phone being at the residence, and it really threw her off when her daughter handed her the phone, and it changed the tone of
Yeah.
our interview.
And she claimed she was surprised. You're not saying she actually was?
No,
Okay.
she appeared to be very surprised.
Okay. And you had asked, and I'm simplifying, you had asked something to the effect of, well, how does blood end up on the phone? Does he hurt himself or something like that? You remember
Correct.
that? Describe that exchange.
So once we have the phone in our possession, we do note, and also her child noted that there was apparent blood on the phone. That's of great concern, and of course, we're going to address that at the time. Began asking Devyn some questions related to that. She mentioned that he had injured his hand, and I believe she specifically said he took a chunk, and he being Johnathan, out of his hand. Then went into great detail, which stood out to me because the entire interview, there hadn't been any detail on anything. It was very generalities. There wasn't a lot of, it was like, I don't remember. But in this case, she went into extreme great detail about the table, how it folded, where it was in the garage, how he had hurt himself.
And to be fair to the defendant, I believe she said, John told me that he hurt himself. I didn't see it, but she knew it, or claimed she knew what he hurt himself on and that it was a very large injury.
Correct. And in addition to that, she did not see any blood or injuries on John's hands.
And detective, you've reviewed the autopsy photos in this case.
Yes, I have.
Were there any bleeding injuries to the victim's body other than his decapitation?
No.
We're going to resume the interview now.
It's there's in 2 gas stations. There's a Chevron right down the corner.
I think it's like a Charlotte Hearst.
So Kathy, that answered our question. Oh, I'm sorry, Cindy. Yes, I will turn the volume down. My bad. Sorry, I was using the bathroom. Good morning, Cindy. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, everybody. I'm so happy you're here. Tell me how this is. But yeah, so they talked about the hand. So the wound on the hand and the blood on the phone does not match up. So her story obviously was a big fat lie. Okay, tell me how the sound works, okay, Cindy?
Okay, so the sound works there, and then across Candy Corner from that gas station is another gas station. I think it's a Shell or something.
I'm not sure about the one, but
It was next to the Burger King. Okay.
yeah, please check the security. You can see him, and you can see him telling me the code and everything. I don't know why he was giving me things, but he was telling me to hold on to him and keep him safe. And that's what I was doing.
That's the social security card, what about his driver's license?
I've always had his driver's license. He's
So
always,
what I have with that is that the driver's license found in the house is a current. It's not
but he just gave it to me.
How about if I do
I know
that?
that he would need that for work. That's
He had
why
another one.
he said that. He gave him an old one, he had it before.
Well, no, he's given me old ones before. I have multiple ones.
How's that?
So you can look around the house. There's more than one.
Kathy, can you hear it?
This one's expired in 2025, that's gonna be his newest one. And it's weird that you have this latest driver's license, and that it was tucked in the drawer.
Yeah, I put it away to keep it safe. It should be wrapped in like a whole bunch of bags, right?
Okay, you understand that?
I understand, but I also have social security. I understand, and that's why I'm like, it's just getting weirder and weirder. It's like I'm doing things that help, and it's not helping me. I got it.
Yeah, it's that. just being able to explain some of the stuff, that's all we need is
I'm
explanation.
trying to explain it, but the more I'm talking, the more it just sounds really stupid and
No, I just need to start muting the or stopping the trial and then talking. You know, I keep trying to say okay, great, but it keeps saying that my is spam. It says I'm spamming, and all I said was okay, good, and then I tried okay, great. Won't accept it. Okay. How was your weekend, Cindy? Mine was good. I said, well, besides the whole burn on my belly, but I was home. Son went to a couple parties, like parties that his family was having, and brought home some really good food. So, but okay, let's get going. Let's hear what she has to say, because now we know that John's hand was just fine.
So she driver's license, that doesn't need to really be kept safe. But also security card or birth certificate, I completely understand. Especially if somebody is in transition in their life and they're wanting to find a new place to live and want your important papers.
but I don't know what else was in it. It was just a lot of things.
Okay. But it wasn't his wallet, he didn't hand his wallet over to you.
No, it was a lot of things. Like it was like a square thing he handed to me, and then a black what are those called?
But not his wallet. You know what his wallet looks like, you saw him pull it out for
Yeah.
reasons. So he had his,
So Detective, you're now confronting the defendant with regard to the wallet and all that was found in the plastic bags.
Correct.
Those were sealed when they were found, correct?
They were.
So let's step back a moment to the phone, because they kind of tie together. She is not telling you that the phone is part of this chunk of items that John allegedly gave her in this bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to the victim's phone, did you ultimately learn that was in fact his blood and DNA, the victim's, on that phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you ultimately learn from other sources, not the defendant, but other sources, when John's phone was last at his home and when it left?
Yes. So one of my partners had authored a search warrant for Google. We had also done some call data records as well, but the Google itself came in quite a bit later. So this is something that we found out after the crime, obviously, and after all the interviews had been settled. But we noted that the return showed that John's phone was at the home on Paladura, which is where he resides, from 10 o'clock till it began to travel or move at about 2:04 a.m.
And what else traveled or moved at 2:04 a.m.?
So I'm not sure exactly what's been testified to yet, but at 2:04 is when it's alleged that Devyn left the home. She traveled. We have her cell phone or CDR records, as well as the Burla, which again, I'm not sure if that's been testified to. That is the infotainment system that we authored a search warrant on. It shows those three devices together in a companion movement all the way back to Porcupine Rim.
So 3 devices, meaning the Nissan itself, the defendant's cell phone, and the victim's cell phone as well.
That's correct.
Based upon the fact that there is blood on the cell phone and all of that you just testified, what did you deduce about our timeline of homicide?
Well, after having the information from the autopsy, which was there was no bloodletting injuries short of his obvious cause of death, which was the decapitation, there was no reason there should have been blood on that cell phone, because any bloodletting would have been after the homicide. So for the phone to arrive and be discovered at Porcupine Rim with blood on it indicated to me that that is something that was on the phone before it left that house.
At 2:04 a.m.
Correct.
And therefore, did you narrow down the bloodletting to between 10 p.m. on the 6th and 2:04 a.m. on the 7th?
Yes, sir.
We're going to resume the interview.
so when we find his wallet, he's gonna have his driver's license and his cards.
when John and I were together, I had everything. He had me hold on to it so he wouldn't spend money needlessly and things like that. Like he's like, hold on to this. And
Yeah, but you guys don't have that relationship right now.
we actually were.
So you're closer than we thought.
Yes. I would.
Are you both?
He asked me to marry him yesterday.
Okay.
Does that
One
make
of the things to know, your relationship you had mentioned was getting reconnected, but that's more romantic.
Right, and you can ask the girls that he told the girls we were gonna get back married and they were gonna be the flower girls and stuff like that. He was trying to get back together. And I was helping him break all of these little bad habits that he was doing.
So then he gives you the EBT card for one of the girls. Where's the other one for her?
I have 2 EBT cards.
Do you have both girls' EBT cards now?
No, they're not the girls' EBTs. He said one was Andrea's and the code,
Oh, so you're using Android.
he gave me hers. I haven't used it. He gave me hers at the gas station. And then he has the other one that he got.
Okay. Where's that EBT card now?
They're both in my purse.
Okay. You know you can't have that, right?
Yes, but I know he gave them to me.
That doesn't make it right.
No, but I can't use them, but I understand, but you can see he handed it to me.
Okay. You're not understanding that you can't do that. So
No, I know I can't use them. I don't believe he can use it because it's Andrea's and not his.
Right. Is Andrea mad that you have the EBT card? Is you there? Because she's got it now. That's her money.
No, he said that she gave it to him because she can't use it in the state that she's in.
So he was just using it to fill his wife money.
That's what he said. He said, but at any moment she can cancel it.
Yeah, but she wasn't. So he wants to marry you. He's telling the girls to be flower girls, yet you're still wearing a ring, and so is Dev.
This ring I bought on my own from Macy's. It had nothing. No, this wasn't a simple
You just told
shirt.
me that it was a symbol.
I said-
You have a best friend connection with Dev.
We do have a
You wear the
connection.
wedding ring too, and that's something that is a respectful thing, part of your marriage.
Yeah.
But now you're telling me that you and your ex were talking about getting married.
No.
And you just took a ring off last night from another female and threw it away. But yet,
You're taking what I'm saying with your-
not. It's fact, it's what you said.
No, I understand that's what I said, but that's not exactly the situation. You're taking it and,
Okay,
so let me,
here's what you told us so far. Your ex needs a place to stay.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
he's trying to get out of his mother's house.
yes, no.
You were kind enough to allow him to move into the house with you, your current husband, which is your best friend, and your 2 girls, which the girls just moved back in May.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you guys are trying to make it a family. You were saying that he was supposed to like slowly move in, that things were progressing slowly. Now you're telling me that he's wanting to marry you. He mentioned that yesterday. He even talked to the kids about it. And that your relationship has now progressed past just slowly kind of
No, ma'am, you're misunderstanding. He has mentioned getting married in front of the girls. Our relationship is not rekindling on a physical level or a romantic level, but we are trying to reconnect and have a family for the girls. Yes, he has said we should get married, and he's saying it more, for my opinion, on a joking thing, but he has said that in front of the girls. That was not said yesterday. Okay?
When was that said in front of the girls?
I would say over a month ago.
Okay, and what did you say in return in front of the girls?
I didn't say anything, I just looked at him and rolled my eyes.
So are the girls, when I talk to them, and say that they don't think you guys are getting married?
Oh yeah, they'll tell you that.
That you guys are not getting back together?
No. Because at one point I was telling him I didn't think it would be a good idea for him to be here, and it would be too hectic. So they will definitely tell you I was not trying to marry him.
Did you say anything to Deb about it?
Oh yeah, I've told him that John keeps trying to say he wants to, get back together. I
You're
told him.
telling him now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then him moving in now was just a platonic, friendly relationship?
It's not a Yes. I was gonna clear out the sewing room that's up there. He said he wanted the loft because it was the cooler place, but I was gonna give him the sewing room because there is more than enough room.
And then Deb sleeps on the sofa.
Sometimes, or he does sleep on the bed, like I said, when we watch movies and he knocks out within minutes.
And then have you guys ever had a sexual relationship?
Yeah, we had.
Okay. But it's not there now?
No, I can't even have sex now.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to have sex.
I understand, but no.
Okay, so you guys have no connection that way at all?
No.
Okay. That would complicate it a lot. Having your ex with someone you're still in a relationship.
I understand.
Okay.
You can have all my medical records and everything like that. I have to take hormones just to.
I understand. But like I said, there's a lot of different ways to have sex. It doesn't have to be penetration. There's a lot of things that a couple can do. And obviously you did that in the beginning, but it's just not now. So much changed.
Okay.
Well, not to be crass with you, but I think I need to be direct with you. And you can give a male a hand job. And that gives you a connection with that person in a sexual way. I don't think it's a relationship.
Yeah, I don't know, because all I wrote was laugh out loud. I'll have to look into it when I'm done today. And it says, YouTube rejected your comment. This usually means that they think it's spam. Try changing it a bit. And all I wrote was, okay, so up above here where it's first spammed me, I just put good. When she said the volume was good, I said, okay, good. And then I put good just to check it, and it got it. And then I put, I can't write good by itself. Oh, I didn't see. Yeah, well, she shouldn't have that EBT card. You know, I got a story during lunch about an EBT card. And then I wrote laugh out loud. I'll have to check into it when I'm done today. Well, I can't wait because I can't type anything. I know there's a spam department on the StreamYard. I just have to find it. And I know that, well, Sheila was supposed to help me, but she's busy with the trauma stuff that I just can't get into. I just can't. I just don't want to. I don't want to bring that to my channel. It's too much stress. I got too much stress. But I do watch it on my own though. Only because I think it's funny. But I'll figure it out, y'all. I'll get it together. I'll get my life together. I promise. Okay. Or maybe Sheila will help me at some point. I don't know. She's probably sleeping right now. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Where am I at here? Okay. There we go.
You know what I'm trying to say? There's a lot of different things that you can do for a male that you're connected with.
If you ever see the thing that we're not
Like that. I'm just trying to answer, like, get all the questions answered in the relationship.
That's why you answer questions.
I mean, I'm cool with we got married for this, the race. That to me is a lot. That's probably the most odd thing about it for me. Is that
It's just I like my ring.
But he's wearing a ring, so he's wearing a wedding ring.
He wears a lot of rings though.
He's wearing a wedding ring.
But he does wear more than one ring though. So, and he's bought them for himself.
Sure. I bought mine.
No, I mean, but I didn't buy them for them to be symbolic. He's bought his own rings to wear.
And where did you guys get married? You guys got married?
What was that? The flamingo thing?
So you guys had a ceremony with them beforehand?
Yeah, it was free. I got a coupon thing. and that was cheaper.
And you just did it outside of trouble and
Yeah, and there was the one witness and that was it.
So you said that you guys have not, like, you and Devyn have been in for a while. How long are we talking? Like,
Years since he's been back.
what do you mean since he's been back?
He moved out of the state.
And Devyn says he's been living here for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he got moved out of the state. He lived in California and then he moved back, lived with John, and then he came back this way.
Okay, so since he's been back, you guys have not?
I'm sorry. I stopped being physical probably in 2020 when I was having all my issues because I had surgery and just surgery.
Okay, but he was already living here then?
He wasn't living with me.
Because he was telling me that he's lived here for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he wasn't living with me the whole time. He was living with John at Colorado.
When I say living here, I mean like he actually said that he's lived here at this house. How long have you lived at this house?
I've been here for 3 years.
And then when did he come back, I guess, to Nevada? I guess that was what we're saying.
I would say I've been here for 3 years, so at least 2 years ago.
And then prior to living here for 3 years, where were you staying before that?
Hey y'all, son's home. I'm gonna go talk to him for a few minutes. And I'll be back, okay?
Decatur and horse.
And then how long were you at that place?
Less than 1 year.
And then prior to that place,
It was at Wild Magic.
where's that at?
89129.
Like what area though? Like major cross streets?
Craig's and Tanea. Right by where, close to where JC lives.
And then did your kids live with you at that time?
Yeah, they've always lived with me. They've only not lived with me for the short period of time of 9 months.
And going back to about the ID and stuff, you said it was, yeah, you had one that is in a bunch of bags in your drawer. When did he give you that?
Yesterday. With the IDs and the social security card.
And was that at the house that he gave that? Don't see it.
Yes, sir.
So he handed you a bag yesterday. Do you remember what was in it?
No, he just handed it to me and I put it in the bags. Because I just wanted them out the way.
Okay.
So I'm not sure exactly what's in it. I didn't go through it.
So explain that part to me as far as like when he did that and what did you do? So like where are you guys at when he handed you like that sack of stuff?
In his room area, and he handed me the little square thing. He says, hold on to this, and he handed me the other thing because this is my social. He says, just keep it safe. And that's all I was going to do. So I wrapped it up, and I was going to put the social in the security box, and I just didn't have a chance to do it.
What else? Did he give you anything else?
He gave me his guns.
Anything else? Like there's a set of keys in that bag too.
The keys are for Andrea's stuff.
The set of keys that are in that bag. Like the bag
No, the
that,
keys are my keys.
where do those go to?
My car.
So you have
Detective, we're going to pause real briefly. Throughout the course of the investigation, did you learn that no spare set of Chevy keys for John's truck were ever discovered?
Yes.
In fact, after the defendant was arrested for the homicide, was there some communication with Yoko about returning the keys?
Yes.
And why was that?
There were no set of keys for John's truck found in the home or anywhere else after searching all the residences other than the keys that were in the bag.
And so you had to return those keys to her so she could do whatever she was going to do financially with the truck.
Correct.
bag that you put, plastic bag that you wrapped his ID in that he gave you, had a set of your keys in there?
I'm still lost.
I just wondering, like, when he handed you a bunch of stuff, he only gave you the wallet with the ID in it? Did he hand you anything else?
And a social security card.
Okay, because in that bag that it was wrapped in, that you said you wrapped it in, there was also a set of vehicle keys in there.
I don't remember giving the keys.
Because I guess that's my question. Like, why would he give you his wallets, social security card, which is like detective Stan was asking, also, and then also a set of keys.
I don't remember the keys. I just know the wallet and the social security card.
And then you put that in a plastic bag while you were at that house?
I just grabbed everything and tied it and tied it and tied it and tied it.
So the only thing he handed you, like, so I'm giving you this stuff. What exactly does he hand you?
I remember seeing a wallet, and it went like this. He dropped it in, and I just started tightening it away.
So it was just a wallet though?
That's all I remember seeing. I do not remember seeing keys, but he dropped it in the bag. Like, I just took it and tied it away.
And was this in the garage?
No, sir, it was in his room.
Inside the room in the house?
Yes, sir.
And was that before you guys went into the garage?
That was before we left. And then he also said, make sure the guns are safe. And we didn't take the ammo. So I carried on.
Detective, was this timeline that the defendant gave you notable?
It was.
And why is that?
Specifically, the keys being in the bag and the wallet. When they leave the Paladura residence, she'll indicate that they were in his truck and then drove back to his house, or back to her house on Porcupine Rim. However, the keys have been tied up in that bag because she indicates in her statement, I tied them, and that's exactly how we found them in the drawer.
And so we know based on not only the defendant's statements, but witnesses and technological evidence that it wasn't the Nissan Berla that they made the last trip to Porcupine Rim in and then returned to Paladura. It was the victim's truck.
That's correct.
And so she's saying the keys or whatever he put into the plastic bag that she tied up over and over and over were given before that last trip to Porcupine Rim.
Yes.
One of the guns, and he carried out like a bow and like a crossbow looking thing, and another gun.
Okay, so that was before you left there, between 9 and 10?
No, that was like at 8 and 9.
8 and 9.
And we came this way.
And then what did you do with all that stuff?
When I got here, I put it in the drawer, like just to keep it out of the way.
And then you guys drove back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he have keys to his truck?
Yes, sir, we drove his truck.
Do you remember where he put his keys to the truck? 'Cause we didn't find his keys to the truck at his house.
They were on the table.
Which table?
The table that had like all this looking stuff and like the grinder and everything like that. All of that was sitting right there.
And his keys to the truck?
Yeah. The only keys I picked up were the ones that had a little thing on it that said Andrea, because Joko said bring them to her and put them in the little thing. That's the only thing I picked up.
Okay. So you don't know what keys are actually in that bag that you wrapped everything in?
No, sir. Like I said, he said keep this safe. And he took the plastic bag and he dropped it in and I just started tying it up. And then he handed me the other thing, and I was just gonna put that into a safe.
Okay. So, like what we're saying is, a lot of the stuff now is like how you're saying you're talking it out loud and it just doesn't sound well.
I understand that, but you didn't know John. You didn't understand his mannerisms.
I know, but when we talked to you earlier, Like, these are the things when we're saying, like, hey, be as descriptive as possible. Like, what were you guys doing? Like, you know, say you're packing, doing this, but like specifics, like stuff that's important. All that would have been really important for us to know.
I do apologize, but that's not things that were like kind of going through my head at the time. To remember is like, when you say this, it's like, okay, I remember this now. And you say something else, then I can recall more information. I'm trying to remember as much as I possibly can for you.
Okay, because like how you said how it doesn't look well, I agree with you now because you have his social security card, you have his wallet and his ID. There's possibly a set of keys that looks like might be his truck keys in that bag.
Okay.
So.
But I'm sure he's got I got more than one key for my car.
Not keychains on it. Spare keys that don't have keychains on it.
Like it's not just like a key with a key fob. It's like, it looks like his personal set of keys.
Like I said, he put it in the bag. I just tied it up. That's all I did. And I think there's like 3 bags around it, 3 or 4 bags. I'm not even sure.
And if you have a safe, why would you not just put them in a safe?
I haven't had a chance to.
A plastic bag.
But the keys?
No, for all the stuff that you
It was just what we had right at the time. I hadn't been here to put it in the safe. The safe is here, but I just hadn't
Bag was placed in a
form.
It takes 2 seconds to put something in a safe.
I hadn't done it, and I wasn't trying to have Debbie ever see it. That's all it was.
Why did you say that?
Because it would look odd that I'm holding on to John's things for John. But it's not the same. It's like if you're doing more for one person, I don't want him to feel like there's more there than what it was. John was only coming in as a temporary thing until he can get something else because, like I said, he was trying to file for bankruptcy. Yoko was about to kick him out. Yoko even said she was trying to kick him out.
So I mean, tell us about the bankruptcy before. I think it's
I
well
did.
done.
I did mention bankruptcy before.
I don't remember that.
Did I tell you or the? Yeah, I mentioned it. I most definitely did.
Understand inside the house when you guys are around here.
He told his mom he was going to file for bankruptcy.
Yeah, gambling. I don't want to see how an issue with gambling. Where does he usually play?
Well, when we lived together, he would go to the Santa Fe.
That's like his favorite spot to go.
That's when we lived together. I don't know what his spot would be now.
You don't know where he would go living with the go.
Probably the Green Valley is the closest one.
Let's get a base rent.
He said he was.
How much was he gonna pay?
He claimed he was going to try to do 1,100. He claimed he was going to be able to do that.
And is that text message or conversations you guys had on the phone?
Probably both. You might be able to find a text message on it.
Okay, sorry about taking so long. I apologize, Cindy and Kathy. So Kathy says, also mentions that you are not engaging with the video, so maybe talk about something in the title. What? I'm not engaging in the video. What do you mean? Where does it say that? Where does it say that, Kathy? I don't see that. Says also No, you said that. Where? Put crime and celebrities where? I'm so confused right now. Well, I wasn't engaging because I had walked away from my computer. But I wonder where it says that. Yeah, I know that. I know you can see the comment about the DNA, but I'm talking about also mention that you are not engaging with the video. So maybe talk about something in the title. I'm confused about that. Okay. I guess I'm not sure.
It was definitely where he understood it was not going to be him freeloading or anything like that. He had to pay to stay here.
And when we go through the phone, we're gonna have our computer guys. They can go through apps, they can go through anything deleted, all that stuff. Are they gonna find anything that we're gonna turn back and talk to you about? That your current husband doesn't know about, relationship-wise, conversations, intimate conversations, pictures?
No.
Okay.
No, yeah.
So it's just platonic conversations.
For the girls.
So they went wrong back.
They wanted him because they love their dad.
Knows best. We know it's wrong.
And I was told when I went, John has physical custody of the girls. They're supposed to live with him.
So is that fine?
So as long as I keep him close to me,
Okay. Well, then just tell me that's the
that is definitely. If I keep him close and make him happy and everything like that, I got to see my girls.
I can understand that.
So it's just so my girls love him. They want to spend time with their dad. I need to be around my girls.
Hopefully he pays the rent. Does that pay for the rent too, or the mortgage?
He pays like $1,100 every month too.
Okay. And then are you working?
Yes, no, I do real estate.
Okay. Clearly you've been sick though.
Because me, I've been for almost a full year, I wasn't making any money. So I went through my savings. I had to take my stocks out just recently to get things caught up. Yeah, I've been struggling trying to get all of this back on track.
This was gonna help a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the motivation too, is keep the girls close, and then if you keep him close and happy, you'll be able to have contact with the girls, and he's gonna pay the other half of the mortgage.
I figured as long as I didn't rock the boat too much, he wasn't gonna get out of control because I know what triggers him, and I wasn't gonna do that. I know even when he's yelling and everything, as long as I'm not trying to engage with it, he does calm down fairly quickly. And you can see it on the text messages.
Okay, so like going back to what Stan was saying, why are you, I know that you want to see your kids, but also you have.
There was an incident, oh gosh, August, I think the year prior, or maybe a few days, that the little girl went to school, the 8-year-old went to school and said, Mommy was, you know what, not, you know, like touching her inappropriately, but she was, beating on her. And they called DHS and they made her take classes, like the classes in order to get the kids back. But John just kept the custody of the children. He won the custody of the 2 girls. And the only way to get the girls back was for him to move back in with her. So.
That's your kids.
Clear as mud, right? Yeah.
Well, he has physical custody, but they've been staying with you. They're not staying with
Because
him.
he's letting them stay with me.
Exactly. So why would you want to bring him here?
Because if you look at the text messages, when he gets mad, it's bring me the girls back. I want the girls back.
So he's threatening you about that stuff. He's threatening you about the kids. Okay, so
Again, if I keep them happy and keep everything cool, the girls can stay with me. And they were supposed to be with me for the summer, but you'll see, oh, I miss the girls. I haven't seen the girls, so it's okay. I would drive to Henderson multiple times just so he could see the girls, and then we would drive back.
do you have any other phones?
No, sir. We have a house phone, a landline.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Devyn said in his testimony they didn't have a house phone. Remember? Oh, I know he did because I had just went over it last night. I went over his testimony last night, and he says he didn't have a home phone because the lawyer said, so you used your home phone? And he says, no, I don't have a home phone. I used my cell phone.
Your purse said it was inside the house.
That phone is not connected.
What phone is that?
There's like extra phones that are my old phones. None of them are connected. The girls just use them to play video games.
That one was in your purse? Are you saying one and then that one's in your purse?
Yeah, there's one in my purse. Tamia was playing music on one of them earlier today. They're just old phones.
So right now, I hear you saying things just aren't adding up. Okay, I'm not saying that you actually did something to Johnathan, but I know, or I feel like right now you're not telling us everything. I feel like you know something, and that, like either how it happened or who something and somebody involved with this. I feel like you're not giving us that information. So, just we've done this for a while. Okay, we've been detectives for a while. Okay, and just given everything that you told us and just kind of how everything happened, just kind of sporadic. All right, I really don't want to beat around the bush at this point now because before I was giving you the benefit of the doubt with everything. Okay, but like I said, things just aren't adding up.
So I have decided that if I just be nice to him, I can get my girls, because the court, when we went for custody, he didn't even show up. And the judge had us wait an extra hour to see if he was going to show up, just to give him the benefit of the doubt. And they still granted him physical custody. They denied his motion for sole custody, but they still granted him the physical custody of the girls. I have tried to do everything through the system. So right now, all I'm trying to do is make sure I just be nice and get my girls, because that, at the end of the day, was my goal. Just how my girls
Can I ask you a question about your custody? Just my prior experience is in special victim unit, so I'm very familiar with family courts, very familiar with CPS cases and how powerful they are, one way or another. It's very, very unusual for a father.
Okay, so mom wanted baby daddy to move into his son's girl's brother stepdaddy house, and mom, aka wifey, want her husband, kids, brother, stepdaddy to move out. Got it. Yeah, yep, clear as mud. We did it. That's true. You know, I'm gonna put that as my thing right now. Hashtag, and son husband had a regular job and ex-husband was going bankrupt. Yes. Isn't that weird? God. Thank God they're not related. Like related. Because that would just be really, really gross. Ugh. You know, that's why Son doesn't date Islander women here in Makokata, because he's related to everybody. His ex-girlfriend that he did have lives upstairs from us, but she's got a husband now, but she moved back to the island and then came back after she got married. I'm sure they're related at some point. Leah just brought a whole dang piece of chicken up. What the heck you got there? Oh, now she's growling at me like I want her food. I'm sure they're related because the island is so tiny. I mean, there's like 240 people on it now. But get down with that. Get down. I gotta go. My dog's being naughty.
To get primary physical custody. So
She told me that day, and you can talk to the victim, that my girls were going to be home that day. I told her I'll do the custody class, not custody classes, the counseling, which I'm still doing, and you can talk to her. I did the parenting classes.
So they took their kids away.
Yes, ma'am. But they said that you have to do this, you have to do, and I did everything.
You know it's temporary.
And they didn't. They still ran to him. Yes, now you can look it all up. Even my therapist, everybody that has been involved in this case say it didn't make any sense. I had
Where are all your firearms in the house?
there's one in the drawer and there's one upstairs.
Where's the one upstairs? Let's start with
It's in the safe in the bathroom. Over in the girls.
Okay, that's that.
A safe.
Okay, and then is that a 9mm or 40? Do you know?
A 9
Okay, and then the one downstairs, where's that?
in the drawer and it's a 9.
Okay. And then are those your firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you fired those recently?
No, ma'am.
Not since
No, we go to the gun range just for.
or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. Not bad about that.
Yes, ma'am. It is, and my
That's our judge.
the lady, I don't know what happened. It's like I don't know now. I don't know how all this works. Like you can't all of a sudden get slammed with all this stuff. So I know it looks weird, but I am just playing nice to keep my girls. So
Okay, and who beheaded him? A, baby mama. B, his bio mom. C, son. D, stepdaddy, or all of the above. Man, we just don't know who did it, Cindy. At this point, Joe down the street could have done it. I mean, we have no head. There's no DNA. There's not even DNA on the bottles of bleach and ammonia. Don't you think there would have been DNA all over? Well, yeah, well, I guess it doesn't matter. They were intimate with each other all the time. So yeah, DNA would be on him of hers. But now his son, in his testimony, I remember this and I wanted to make a point to say it, that he said his dad went 2 years without speaking to him, calling him on his birthdays, all of that. Well, do you think maybe because you married the woman that bared his children? I think I'd be a little upset about that. But yeah, anyone at this point, Cindy? I personally think the son, but I don't know. I just don't know. And I don't know how the jury can know. She admits to hitting him. And they asked her, do you think you could have killed him? And she says, I don't know, possibly. Yeah, he had several girlfriends. I know that. So, all right, let's go on.
I'm just trying to not create waves. So John says, I need you to do something, I do it. As simple as that. I'm not trying to look stupid in front of you guys, but...
Does he hold that over your head?
Yes.
Like, does he threaten you
Yes.
with the kids?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of stuff does he say?
Is if I'm not, hey, I need you to do this, if I'm not, you know, it's never been like a sexual thing. I mean, he's hinted at it, but it's always, if you're not, anything, I need this help, I need this help. I used to give him gas money every time I went down there. I used to have to buy his beers and his cigarettes because the EBT doesn't cover it. And the girls would even tell you, I was always buying them something. You can look at the gas station records. Every time we went in, you would, hey, I need this, this, and this, and I would be the one paying for it.
But I don't think you were working either, Miss Devyn. So how were you affording his cigarettes and alcohol and stuff like that? So you must have been getting some type of state help. I mean, you can't buy cigarettes and stuff with your card, but you can go to an ATM and withdraw it. Then buy the cigarettes and the alcohol.
I just don't want to rock it
Is
up.
that how we got you to agree for him to come here?
Yes. It's just keep my girls close.
What did he tell you?
That it's not what he told me. It's just I know.
What did he say? Like when he said,
We should be a family. We should be a family because the girls would want us together.
did he threaten you saying, let him move in?
It wasn't a threat. It was more of a, well, if you don't want to do this, then I'll stay with Andrea. We'll have her, because he told me straight he already moved on with his life and everything like that. And him and Andrea were supposed to get married, and I wasn't going to be in the picture anymore. And I can't be without my girls.
Did he say he was going to take the girls to wherever was Andrea?
No, they weren't moving anywhere, but it was just I wasn't going to really have my time with them like I do now. So I know I seem very easy to push over, but it's not. It's just,
Well, it's a cycle. Obviously, he's been using your kids against you and getting in his way for stuff, and you know.
On one of the things I want to say was like the 4th of July, Nene put something in the microwave and it like kind of started sparking like a metal thing, and he started screaming, fire, 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 fire. So I'm trying to get the girls out, and he's yelling at them.
I think that if she had an OnlyFans account, man, they would tear that stuff up on the news. For real. And she's a lot older than she was when she was doing the corn stuff. I think she was in her early 30s. I think this was before she even had kids. So, yeah, she looked a lot different way back then. She's put a lot of years on herself. Yeah, very well. I wonder if she ever worked with Jeremy, that Jeremy guy with the really big, you know what? I've watched a lot of corn in my life. I can't remember his name. Go to OnlyFans, type in people's names and stuff. I don't know. Here, I'll check it out.
To stay down, and he's cussing out his mom, cussing at me. But I'm just trying to get the kids out of the house, thinking there's a fire, and he immediately packed their bags, spray on back. We're not doing this. So
Was that here or
in Henderson, you ask your uncle, she'll tell you. That's how he is.
So, I mean, when I tell you that I told you earlier that.
Okay, guys, Leah has to go out, so I'll be on my phone, but she has to go outside, of course.
And I think that you're not telling us everything, and that there's something that you know that you're leaving out. And then you go into this big explanation about this is what's happening, this is what's going on. I love my girls, he uses that against me, and you can't go into that brief explanation. So you never really got into the other part to it. Okay, so you just can't get the explanation, which I understand completely. Now, like, you're painting a different picture about what's been going on. Like, all this stuff you're telling us now is not anywhere near what you were explaining to us earlier. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not trying to speak ill of anyone, and I'm not
Well,
trying to make myself sound.
It's not speaking ill, it's just trying to explain the situation and where you're at with him and your guys' relation. I mean, now it's a little bit more clear that he obviously uses your kids against you. You love your kids. We all love our kids. And I agree with you as far as, like, I would do anything for my child, right? Like you said.
So it's not that I'm trying to bring him in because I'm in love with him or anything like that.
No, you're trying to make, but here's where what I'm saying is, I don't think him coming here isn't something that you really agreed to. It was something that he kind of forced it upon you.
He made it clear that it would be better for the girls, just like the puppies. We need to bring the puppies. The girls love the puppies. And
Right? So that to me, when we're looking at everything here, would say, hey, well, he needs to get out of the picture, right? So that's why I'm asking. I don't think you did anything to him yourself, okay? But I do believe that you know what happened to him.
Detective, during the course of interviews, when you're speaking with a potential suspect or person of interest, or however you want to say it, are there times in which you will change the tone and kind of minimize someone's involvement?
Absolutely.
So just so everyone understands, when you or Ozawa are saying, I don't believe you did it, that's part of your interviewing technique, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying that's what you actually.
No, it's a way of keeping the dialogue going, of showing some sort of like sympathizing, comments. If you're giving that to them, they're feeling that they're heard and they're believed, and they will continue to speak with us.
Okay.
Is who did something. So that's what, so this is the time right now that would be a good time for you to kind of explain what you know about what happened. Because as we go on further, and when we leave here, and you say, I have no idea, there's no clue, I don't know anything about what happened, and then we find out later, that obviously looks worse on you, correct?
I understand.
Okay, so like I was saying before, now is the time that it would be coming upon you to say, hey, okay, this is what I know. Okay, like I said, I don't believe you actually did anything to him, but I do believe that you know what happened to him. Okay?
John was like this with everybody, so I don't know if he got into anything with anyone else, but for me, this is how he was. For Yoko, this is how he was. I'm pretty sure he was like that with Andrea. I don't know if he could be with any other person where he's like doing this. You would have to look at his phone. But you can look on my messages. It was always a back and forth like this almost every single day. I would get a message and it would be a very aggressive, I hate this, you're not doing this. And by the time the date was halfway through, it would be I'm sorry and everything like that. This was almost daily.
Like I said, I get that. Like I understand what you're explaining as far as how he is. Okay.
What's the combo you're saying? If I'm going to say that.
1978.
Sorry to interrupt.
So, but like I said, I understand how you're explaining him and how he is. Okay. But like I said, I still feel like you know more than what you're telling us.
So just to wrap up a little bit, obviously we grabbed the phone that was on the driveway. We'll process that. Thank you for the iPad, for the test for the iPad.
The girls found that, they said that's what, so I didn't know anything about that.
Okay, we've got that. Is there any reason why John's blood or anything DNA related will be in your vehicle? Because that got towed back to our station, our CSA, they're gonna thoroughly look for everything in that vehicle.
I couldn't tell you if he was bleeding from when he was doing the thing, he helped load up the truck, so if he was bleeding, It
The
might
truck
be
or your Armada?
my Armada.
Okay.
Like, he was putting the things in the car, like anything that
Sure,
would be
but there's
heavy.
gonna be obvious areas where blood doesn't belong even if you're loading. So I'm just asking you directly, because if we do find any DNA evidence in that vehicle, obviously we wanna make sure we asked you if there would be a reason.
No, the only thing I knew he said was his hand that he hit on the table. That's the only time he ever said he was bleeding, and he said it got a pretty good gash.
Okay. But you didn't see that?
No, I did not, so I can't really speak on it. But he was still loading everything up, so I don't think it was really bothering him that much.
And then just to confirm, you don't know how his phone got there on the driveway?
No, I know he was smoking, and when I went back over there and I said, girls, where did you find this? They pointed to it, there is cigarette butts there. So I don't know if he was just smoking and put it down and just didn't pick it back up, but you can take those and I'm sure it'll be his.
When you guys unloaded everything, how long did that take?
30 minutes, he was bragging, saying that, yeah, I can always do this as quick as can be, but he tries to stretch things out because he charges by the hour. I remember having that conversation.
And when you guys left Paladura to come back here, or when you left that night, or this morning, which way did you go? Like as far as like when you left Paladura, like at
I headed up towards the Durango area to get the medication.
when you left that neighborhood, did you go straight out to Pecos Bar and Window? Or did you go to Pecos?
No window.
You went out the one exit to get out the window right there, right by the school?
Yeah.
And then normally do you guys come this way when you're coming to your house?
It just depends, like if the 15 is coming back up, I will take like the 215 and go around, or the Decatur, it really just depends on the time of day when we go in different directions.
Okay. 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 Well, we appreciate it. Hopefully, that you're telling us everything is the truth. So I will give you a call, or like I said, we'll have your phone. We're gonna get that downloaded, the circle with that too,
Okay.
and then I'll call Devyn tomorrow.
Yeah.
Devyn,
Just call it
Dev. I'll call Dev tomorrow, and then try to figure out the time. But he has to work those tomorrow. Right?
Yeah. Sorry, that's right.
I know, sorry. A good phone number to reach you for returning your phone?
I know you have my phone.
Yeah, so you said you have a landline, is that something?
I do not know it. It's,
Should we call Dev's phone then?
yeah.
I know the phone's ready.
Well, you just told me to pick it up around 11.
Well,
Oh, no, you just have the address, so I don't even have the address anymore.
Oh yeah, let me write.
Because you wrote it on the paper and I handed it back to you.
Let me give that to you, and then if you want to just come by tomorrow. Yeah. You have that card, right?
Yes, sir.
The address is on the card. 223 West Street. That's where you need to go.
No, the card is in my car.
And then I'll get that back to you. So maybe I'd say 1 o'clock tomorrow. Come by the station 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Hopefully everything will be done.
Okay.
So if you can figure out how to get right down there, I can try to get everything done for you.
Okay.
Okay. And if it's not, at least I hope I can just get you the phone back.
Okay.
I don't know about the people.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Like I said,
And then
if there is, I don't think there's
A lot of blood, because I don't think he was bleeding a lot. I didn't see it, but I do know he did mention it.
so it is 9:25, and that's gonna end it into.
And Detective, it sounded toward the very end there like the plan was to release Miss Michaels and go about your investigation.
Correct.
And fair to say that there was a pretty substantial amount of digital and forensic investigation that occurred after that interview we
Yes,
just heard.
absolutely.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, before we cross the limits, we're gonna take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a brief recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including family members, in any way regarding this case or its merit, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionary, using the internet, or using reference material. You must not make any investigation, testify in the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or upload the case on your own, and you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case until the response is submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:10, we'll be in recess till 10:25. All rise for the jury.
No, she's not. She's not upset about the death of Johnathan at all. So I guess we're taking a break already? Jeez, we just started, lady. We just started. I don't know why I want to sing, because I want to get struck. I think they're going to strike me for is being a horrible singer. Jump. Come on, jump. No, she should have got a lawyer the moment she started talking. She should have never have spoke to them. I don't know why people talk to the cops. I don't care if you are innocent. They will find a way to make you guilty. I know they do. The police do that. Detectives do that. They want someone to blame. And the one that typically talks the most is the one that's going to get it. Yes, the judge talks really fast. I said that on Friday and Thursday. I said, y'all, I don't have her sped up. She talks really fast. Wow, they had a long break. They still on break. Holy crap. All right, well, it looks like we'll be chatting until they get back. She what? She's a mumbler. Yeah, I think she likes to talk just to hear herself talk. You cannot eat this. Oh, they're back. Maybe the judge was in not the corn industry, but maybe the movies. I don't know. I just can't wait to see the outcome. Like, what's going to happen? I'm impatient. I need to know, like, right now. I wonder what the jury's thinking. Y'all said she might have illed him. She might not have, but we definitely know she didn't cut his noggin off. Okay? I mean, how can we put this woman in prison for the rest of her life for something that you really don't know? Right? I'm a mumbler too. Can't you tell?
The jury's all present and accounted for. Right, we are going to go back on the record and see 377239, state of Edinburgh, Devyn Michaels. For the record, Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys. Deputy District on behalf of the state, the both parties give the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Trustman.
Slow down, lady.
Thank you. Detective Skinner, if we could start with a timeline of 8/7.
Okay.
Specifically in reference to Devyn.
Yes.
It's your understanding that she was initially interviewed at 12:11, just after noon on 8/7, correct?
Would that be that first interview with Ozawa and Pappas?
Correct.
I'm not familiar with the timeline. That sounds about right.
And then at 14:29 hours on 8/7, you and Detective Ozawa go to the Porcupine Rim.
Oh, he talked really
Yes.
low.
And when you arrive, you see Devyn getting things out of the Nissan, correct?
Yes,
The Nissan was parked, the Yamato was parked in the driveway, correct?
it was.
While you and Detective Ozawa are walking up in the driveway, it's your testimony that this phone at issue is next to the driveway, correct?
Yes,
Next to the Armada.
fairly close.
And then at 15,
Oh, I meant the lunch for their lunch because it's a pretty long story. But remind me though, because I already forgot. But remind me.
08 hours, Devyn is interviewed at the Porcupine Rim residence by both yourself and Detective Ozawa in the vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And then it's at 15:20, while Devyn is being interviewed, the girls bring up the phone, correct?
yes,
So the phone has been out there, at least based upon your seeing it, from at least 14:29 hours, correct?
yes, it is.
And it's nearly an hour or so later than the girls bring up the phone. Fair to say?
Yes,
There's discussions concerning this phone, Daddy's phone, something along those lines, correct?
yes,
And the phone is looked into, correct? It's handled.
it was handled, yes.
At this point in time, the airplane mode is not switched on, correct?
Correct,
So if there's notifications on the phone, presumably those notifications now by operation of looking at the phone, getting into the phone, those are no longer there, correct?
fair to say.
Devyn confirms that it's Johnathan's phone.
She does,
And in fact says, here, this should help you, correct?
yes,
And then at 1919, a search warrant for Porcupine Rim and the vehicles is signed, correct?
yes.
Was there a previous affidavit that had been submitted for the search of the Porcupine residence, or was that the first?
I am not certain on that.
Detective Ozawa would
Yes, sir.
probably be better suited.
Yes,
But we do know that at 7/19 or 1919, a search warrant for the Porcupine Rim vehicles was signed, correct?
yes.
I know this has nothing to do with the case, but do you think she has hair extensions? I don't know, just looking at her hair. And her hair that's down here, it's down here, looks fake. I don't know, y'all. I was just thinking about it.
And then this interview, this last one that we were listening
Sorry.
to today, began at 1955.
Squirrel!
Yes,
And obviously reference then is made to this phone again, correct? The phone that's found.
that's correct.
Through the course of this interview that we heard last week and this week, there's reference made to Johnathan losing his license, correct? Previously.
His wallet, I believe.
Okay. And in fact, you've learned through the course of the investigation, there were texts that confirmed that.
Yes,
So there'd been texts between Devyn and Johnathan wherein, hey, Jonathan's lost his license. It's found, and there's a discussion in reference to that, correct?
again, specifically, she mentioned wallet.
Okay. But they were actually both lost at one point in time, were they not? At one time the wallet and another time the license, and they communicate concerning the losing of the wallet and the license and the finding of both in their text
You could make the
messages?
assumption that the license is in the wallet. However, I'm only privy to what she disclosed to us, which was his wallet specifically, and that he
Okay.
had sent a picture to prove that he found it.
But then so there are pictures to prove, in fact, and corroborates what she had said, that prior to your interview on this date, he lost his wallet and or license and found them, and they texted about it, correct?
Correct.
Reference made to Andrea, Jonathan's previous girlfriend, and the pulling of a knife, something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
There was, in fact, an incident somewhere where that had been discussed previously.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
There had been an incident where, I mean, there had been some discussion among the family about Andrea pulling a knife or something along those lines.
That's my understanding, yes.
In reference to an injury that Devyn says that John had told her about, she said that she never saw a bleeding injury, correct?
That's correct.
She had said that Jonathan had told her that he had hurt himself moving, correct?
Correct.
She had made reference to a white table that he was moving, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that white table that she had discussed with you was in the garage.
It was.
Again, it confirms the movement of this table. It had the big folding sides, correct?
Yes.
It was found in the garage. And she made it a point to say she didn't see any blood. He had just said that he'd injured himself moving that, correct?
Yes.
And you'd fair to say, I mean, based upon common experience and knowledge, people can hurt themselves, whether it be a cut, a pinch, something like that, in moving heavy furniture.
Yes, absolutely.
There was a discussion concerning some medical conditions that Devyn had, correct?
Yes.
She had talked about this inability to engage in actual intercourse, and you followed up in questions.
I did.
To that, correct?
Yes.
She had said, you can look at my medical records, I have these medical conditions, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that she in fact had medical conditions concerning sex and things that addressed such?
No.
Did you take any follow-up steps to substantiate that she in fact had seen a doctor for a variety of different reasons?
At the time, it wasn't relevant. Her medical history and the fact of whether she could be intimate with her partner, it was more of things that were being discussed during an interview to clear up the confusion over the relationship. Since that point, we were very unclear on her relationship with individuals in her life. So at that point, her diagnosis, if she had intimacy issues, it just wasn't something that was relevant to the investigation.
At that point in time?
Correct.
And obviously, these investigations they're not necessarily static, they're ongoing, correct?
Yes, very much so.
They're dynamic.
Yes.
Devyn had been interviewed on 8/7, correct?
Yes.
And again, fair to say that both you and Detective Ozawa were kind of having a difficulty understanding this relationship dynamic between the parties.
Absolutely.
Fair to say that Devyn's statements weren't necessarily helpful at times.
You could say that, yes.
Fair to say that Devyn's explanations of things were not necessarily helpful at times.
Correct.
Through the course of your interview with Devyn, you talk about rings and that rings are significant.
Yes.
They're a sign of a commitment.
Yes.
She had testified that she wasn't, or she had told you that she wasn't particularly sure what was in the bag, correct?
Yes.
Things were being moved, things were kind of hectic, correct?
That is correct.
Fair to say it's kind of ambiguous concerning when these contents were put in the bag, correct?
Ambiguous is when they were placed in the bag?
Yes.
No, she indicated that that occurred at a specific time or instance at the home before they turned around and went right back to Porcupine.
But we know for a fact that they actually were at the home and they actually went to the other home, to the Palvadera.
Yes.
Again, a lot going on, correct?
Yes.
Devyn had been subjected to multiple interviews on 8/7.
Yes.
There was discussions concerning keys, both the key or keys to the subject truck as well as Andrea keys, correct?
Yes,
And she had told you that she had handled or was aware of the keys in both instances, correct?
yes, she indicated one had Andrea's name on it, and the other one was a set of truck keys that were next to some smoking paraphernalia.
You were able to corroborate that Johnathan was a smoker
Correct?
of both tobacco as well as marijuana?
Yes, I believe the lab confirmed that as well.
Yes. When you were at the,
Well, I think they confirmed that he used Delta 9 or Delta 8 or whatever that is. But you can buy that from the smoke shop. You used to be able to buy it here in Iowa, but Iowa, you can't sell it in Iowa anymore because I guess it has too much THC in it, so you can only go over to Illinois to get it. Yeah, I'm waiting for, I'm not, personally, I don't smoke myself. I mean, I smoke cigarettes, but not that other stuff. But I've been waiting for it to be legal in Iowa. Our governor is done, so it might make it through now because she's the one that keeps denying it. Figures.
Paladera residence, obviously there was evidence of smoking both inside and outside the house, correct?
Yes,
As well as alcohol bottles, things of that nature.
yes.
You had testified that the interview techniques initially concerning Devyn, I think you said were more like free form?
Correct.
Of that nature?
Yes,
But then they became, through the course of the day, more accusatory.
yes,
You testified that you engaged in another form of interview technique, correct?
correct.
A more confrontational technique.
Yes,
And that was employed by both you as well as Detective Ozawa.
yes.
The read technique is generally used by your police department.
I wouldn't say that it's used by our department. A lot of people are trained in the read technique. However, most of us that have been detectives for, several years, we develop our own technique. We'll take a little bit of something that we've learned in a class that works for us, and then there's other times that we'll be taking online courses, or through just our course of our experience, we'll adapt our techniques to our own strengths.
So, however, it's fair to say that you have been trained and
Yeah, Cindy, neither do I. And actually, that's another funny story if you guys want to hear that sometime too. I'm goofy. Actually, I can just say it right now. So one time I smoked some of the green stuff, and my heart, man, it was just pounding and pounding and pounding and pounding. I mean, it was just pounding and pounding. I mean, like, it was so bad. And I was seeing, like, when somebody would walk, it was like their body was following them, and I had to call the ambulance. And the lady asked me what was going on. I said, I had smoked some green stuff. And she's like, ma'am, you're just high. She says, lay down and go. I said, no, come get me. I'm dying. I'm having a heart attack. Oh, yeah. That was a good one. Funny.
implement the read technique.
I have been trained in read, but I don't believe that I'm still implementing that.
Same question, if to your knowledge, Detective Ozawa, the read technique is generally the beginning, the basis of interview techniques.
I would say it's a basis generally, but I don't know that Detective Ozawa has taken that course.
Okay. Early on, and this is now before your interview with Devyn, you were engaged in an interview with Yoko at the Paladera residence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That interview began at 10:43 a.m.
Yes,
and concluded at 11:28 a.m., correct?
yes.
45 minutes.
Very fast.
45 minutes.
Yeah,
You were there to try and gain information to help you in your investigation, correct?
yes.
She cooperated.
She did.
You didn't have the use of an interpreter, but it was clear that you both understood each other.
Yes,
At times were discussed concerning that night in question.
yes.
On 3 different occasions, it was discussed a noise that disturbed her at 3 a.m., correct?
I don't recall a noise being discussed.
Dogs barking.
Okay, dogs barking, yes.
On 3 different instances during that interview, there's a discussion of dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Okay, I have no reason not to believe you.
And if I showed you the interview transcript, you'd have no reason to disagree.
I would not disagree if I could read
So
them.
3 times dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay, I'm not tricking you.
Yes, sir.
At no time was there any discussion of a bang or anything like that at 2 a.m., correct?
Not that I recall.
Because that's something that you would have taken note of, because it would have been...
It would have been significant.
If I can have the court's indulgence just one moment. Follow-up question concerning the phone. We had discussed the phone being gotten into and not, put on airplane mode, which would have wiped the notifications.
Yes, her hair looks. You talking about Devyn or the blonde? The blonde's hair, yeah, it looks really fake. When my oldest brother was a teenager back in the 70s, he smoked one time and ended up in the hospital because he had an allergic reaction that scared. Oh yeah, my ex-husband had the same problem. He was allergic to it also. He ended up in the hospital. Oh, his hair looks fake. Yeah, I don't know how he gets it so perfect every day. There's no bumps. There's nothing. Just perfect. Do you think it's a toupee? Or however you say those things. Yes, Cindy. I can agree with you on that. Yeah. And they say that it's all natural. It won't hurt you. Oh, they lie. I wouldn't touch it again if you begged me to. No, there isn't. It's glued on. Oh, yeah. Cindy said something about his hair the other day. I think on Thursday or Friday. That she said it yeah, his hair just don't look right. He probably is bald.
Correct.
Correct.
Yoko had discussed calling...
Oh, where'd you get those at?
Yes.
Outside of it failing to have been put on airplane mode, was the phone ever taken off the network that you're aware of?
That's not something I would be aware of personally.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yes, very briefly. Detective, with regard to the line of questioning related to the notifications on the phone, you would, I presume, defer to experts on airplane mode and that type of thing, correct?
That's correct.
The fact that there were no notifications on home screen when you first saw the phone, was that important for you for any purpose?
Absolutely. There were statements made by Devyn that she had contacted or tried to contact Johnathan several times. So in my personal experience, I would believe that there would be notifications unless that phone had been interacted with prior to picking it up and bringing it over to the car.
Okay, and there will be an expert that talks about the contents of the phone. That's not for you.
Not my forte.
But let's presume for a second that she did in fact text or call John after his death. Would this be something that you've seen before in cases where people try to alibi themselves or cover up?
Yes, frequently people will call someone they clearly know is deceased. They will go to their work and pretend and put on an act per se. Okay. So there are times that does happen.
So, not for you to say, but
no.
It's not surprising to see someone call someone post-murder to essentially alibi and or cover up.
Correct.
I'll pass it.
Some follow-up. You've had investigations where someone leaves a cell phone at home and then goes and commits a serious crime, correct?
Yes.
Again, to perhaps establish an alibi concerning their whereabouts.
Yes.
In reference to the phone, Johnathan's phone, there was communication, specifically a text sent by Devyn to Johnathan about 3:56 a.m., correct?
I'd have to defer to the records, but I have no reason to believe that that didn't happen.
And that concerned the girls in registration that was to occur the morning of the 7th, correct?
Yes.
Additionally, we had heard testimony last week concerning a landline at the Paladura residence. There was, in fact, a landline.
Yes, there was.
And on the night in question, late 8/6 into 8/7, there were multiple phone calls from the landline at Porcupine to Devyn's phone, correct?
It's my understanding that there were, yes.
Previous night, that would be the night of August 5th, there were multiple phone calls from the Porcupine residence. That's where Devier and the girls, to Devyn's phone, correct?
I believe so. Again, I'd have to defer to the records to be certain.
Fair. Thank you. No further
Thank
questions.
you.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, have any questions for this witness? Sir, if you write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your juror number, the counsel can approach. Did you check the white table in the garage for blood, the table on Devyn?
I personally did not check the table, however, our CSAs are plenty around us as well, the detectives did, and they photographed the garage as a whole.
Okay, what did they find?
There was no blood on the table.
Okay? State any follow based on the juror.
No, thank you.
You did?
Just very briefly, and it involves actually the phone. The girls were handling the phone prior to being given to you,
I
correct?
did not see the girls. I would assume that they had handled it. They had to pick it up and bring it over to us. Now, whether they manipulated it, I couldn't tell you.
Swiped up, anything like that, you
Could
can't
not
say.
tell you. They appear to have just walked over from where the phone was and up to their mom's side of the car.
But just so we're clear, though, that phone was out in the driveway for some time, correct?
It was, yes.
In fact, through the course of Devier's interview, he had made reference to that phone, correct?
I wasn't in that interview, so I couldn't speak to that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up on that, Stacy?
No, thank you.
Do ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, name no excuse, thank you very much for your testimony here today. State your authority to approve.
Speaks. Next witness is Jared Spangler.
Do you need me to do anything with the exhibit?
Thank you.
Are you doing that?
Step on the personal story. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes. And sir, please state your full name and spell for the record.
My full name is Jared Spangler. It's Jared. Spangler is Spangler.
State whenever you're ready.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I have been a detective for 15 years, and I've been with the Henderson Police Department for 22 years.
What unit are you assigned to as a detective?
I currently work in the Digital Forensic Lab.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about that unit?
Yeah, the Digital Forensic Lab analyzes cell phones, computers, tablets, vehicle infotainment systems, smart devices. Anytime there's
Ooh, good, Kathy. So maybe the video will finally come now that the neighbors have. Ooh, we're gonna get into some exciting things. I can't wait. Also, I wanted to make sure that everyone was that you're enjoying the live. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And mostly like the live, I guess. If you're on the replay, don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Thank you so much.
A crime that occurs where there's an electronic device that may have potential evidence. It comes to the digital forensic lab, and we analyze it in a forensically sound method so that we can extract the data and then be able to present it to the detective for their investigation, for their final determination what they're going to do with their investigation.
And what type of programs are used to do that?
There's several different programs. We have, specifically for cell phones, we use Celebrite. We also use another software company called Axiom. Those work as well for tablets. When it comes to vehicles, we have a software system called Burla. And there's some other ones, but those are the main ones that we utilize to extract the data from those devices and then to analyze that data.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience that makes you qualified to be able to do these investigations?
Yes. So, like I said, I've been in the digital forensic lab for about 10 years now. I've performed over 3,900 examinations, all sorts of different devices. I've been trained by the FBI, the HSI, Secret Service. They have a national facility that they train law enforcement in how to perform these type of investigations. I've received a little over 1,200 hours of training and certifications from that facility alone. I've also had training and certifications from every specific vendor for the programs that we utilize. So like I said, Celebrite and Axiom and Burla, those softwares that I mentioned, I'm certified to use those as well. They have specific vendor certifications, and I have those as well.
So then turning your attention to this case, on August 8th of 2023, were you contacted by Detective Ozawa in regards to a vehicle infotainment system?
Yes, I was.
And was the obtaining of that vehicle infotainment system a part of a search warrant that was granted by a judge?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was for a homicide investigation that had occurred on August 7th, 2023, or began at that time?
Correct.
I believe the request was made by Detective Ozawa for this investigation, the digital investigation, and that was to be performed on a gray 2017 Nissan Armada. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the VIN number for that is JN8AY2NF9H9300802. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Do you have a reason to dispute that?
That sounds right, yeah.
Okay. And it was your understanding that that vehicle had belonged to a Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct.
And did you actually make contact with the vehicle?
I did, yes.
Where did you make contact with the vehicle?
The vehicle was located in the basement of our police station, and so that's where I went to the basement.
And is that common sometimes for vehicles to have their investigations done in that basement area?
Yes, it's a secure area where it's not going to be disturbed. No one will be around the vehicle. It has a door that prevents anybody from coming and potentially altering any evidence or anything like that.
So it's a very contained area, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
When you came into contact with the vehicle, it had already previously been sealed prior to being transported to this basement, correct?
That is correct.
And prior to your testimony, there were a lot of photos that were taken in this case, but you saw the vehicle yourself, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you reviewed these photos prior to testifying today, these in my hand, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I believe pursuant to stipulation between the parties, the state is going to move to admit 442 through 463.
Those stipulations,
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
442 to 463, they said 482.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Showing you 442. What do we see there?
That's the 2017 Nissan Armada.
And 443, another angle of that.
Yes. Same vehicle.
Oh, that's a nice
444.
car.
Yes.
445, we get a license plate there, and can you read that into the record?
Yep. It's Nevada 30A as in Adam 470.
446, another angle of the vehicle.
Yes.
And I want to note both passenger doors to this vehicle. There appears to be these red tapings there. What are those?
That is evidence tape that I believe the crime scene analysts are the one that put those on there so that you would know if someone's opened the door, if it's been altered, because the seal would be broken.
And that's the ceiling we were talking about earlier,
Yes.
correct? 447, just a close-up there with the seal, correct?
Correct.
Then 448, obviously you go inside the vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And is this just a photo of inside the vehicle, the front side of the vehicle?
Yes, driver's side.
449, what do we see here?
The gear shifter and the middle console.
450, another angle of that area,
Yes,
taken from the passenger side.
that is correct.
451, are you aware of this being located inside the vehicle?
I didn't personally see it.
Okay. But no reason to dispute that it would have been
Correct.
found in the vehicle.
Yes.
452, are we getting to the back of the vehicle now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and this would be on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
453, same back of the vehicle, but now from the passenger side.
Yes.
454, is this just under the hood of the vehicle,
Yes, it is.
the engine area?
Yes.
455, would this be the rear trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was a hatchback, so the back would actually lift in the air, is that right?
Yes.
456, more of the trunk of the vehicle.
Correct.
What is being lifted up at that point?
I'm not sure. It seems to be some type of covering for the back there.
But it was searched, it looks like.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
it was.
457, more of the vehicle.
Yes.
458, what do we see here happening?
So the vehicle infotainment system is behind the screen of what you would see inside the vehicle. So you can see the screen up above, but right beneath it is where there's a hard drive. And so in order to extract the data from the infotainment system, I have to get that hard drive out of the vehicle. So I had to disassemble some of the components so that I could access the hard drive.
And there's actually a mouse in front of you if you want to hover over that area you were just talking about.
Click any buttons.
Yes, don't click, just hover,
ma'am.
please.
People be on research for a long time.
Please hover, sir, in that area you were speaking
So,
about.
so you can see that there's these little wires right here, the little connection points that I had to disconnect. The logic board where the hard drive is attached to. There's one right there, and there's a few down here. But in order to access this, you have to take the whole front face piece off of it.
And do we see that in that photo, that front face piece?
Yeah.
Can you please hover over that?
Right up above, up here. That's where like the volume for the stereo is, to change the channel, and things of those nature. So all that had to come out. So I lifted it and put it up there.
And this is a typical procedure of what you would do when trying to collect data from a infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
And showing you 459, what do we see here?
These are, so once the logic board is taken out, I had to take specific pieces of that apart so I could access the hard drive. So what you're seeing here, there's one there's a second one here, and a third one. These are just cover pieces on the board itself to protect the hard drive so that if there's any, I don't know, maybe liquid or anything like that, it's protected. So I had to remove these pieces off of the hard drive itself and the logic board so I could access the hard drive.
Showing you 460, we see an extra piece there. What is that?
So this here is, it's just a secondary logic board that's connected to the first one. And I believe over here, it's kind of to the side, but pretty sure the hard drive was connected to this logic board over here. So it's just more pieces that need to be removed in order to access the hard drive.
And these tools that we see sort of above that area, I'm pointing there for you, it looks like some screwdrivers and different tools. That would be a part of your kit, is that right?
That is correct.
Not something found in the vehicle.
No, not at all.
461, what do we see here?
More of the same pieces that were attached to the logic board themselves, and the tools are above there.
Now, these green objects, those are the logic boards that you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. 462. Just more components to it.
That is correct. Coverings for the hard drive itself, yes.
463, what do we see there?
Some more of the tool sets. Right here is the back piece. You can see that there's a little vent because it has to keep cool, so it has to have air coming in and out. And then obviously all the screws that piece everything together to the main housing, and then just additional tools to perform the extraction of the hard drive.
So now that you've taken apart the infotainment system, what do you do after that point?
So once the hard drive has been removed from the logic board, I bring the hard drive back to the digital forensic lab, which is in the same building. I take it up to the digital forensic lab, and I connect the hard drive to a forensic computer. We have to use forensically sound methods, which means we have to prevent anything being written to the hard drive. So we use a write blocker, which only allows us to see the contents on the hard drive. So I can see the contents, but I'm not able to alter those. That way we preserve the evidence. So at that point, we create a digital forensic fingerprint, we'll call it. It's a hash value, but it's a fingerprint of the data on the hard drive. So when I extract the data and I put it on my forensic computer, I can then create another fingerprint and compare the two to what it was before and what it was afterwards to make sure they match. So I extracted the information, put it on the forensic computer, then I open up the Burla software that I mentioned earlier, which allows us to process and analyze the specific data on that hard drive.
So specifically, what type of data is being imported into this Burla software?
So the hard drive contents itself, there's databases. That's usually what infotainment systems have, are databases. Kind of think like an Excel spreadsheet. It's a database with input, data on there. And from there, it has to be analyzed. It has to be sorted through to figure out what specifically is it saying. What is the data?
So it may be an oversimplification, but it's essentially Burla acts as sort of a reader of the data. Is that right?
Yes.
And then puts it in a reader-friendly format so that you can actually see what this data is saying?
That is correct.
And it's not altering the data at any point when you're importing it from the drive into the Burla system, correct?
Correct.
So after you do that, the raw data is now inside the Burla system. What does the system do? Or what does the software do at that point?
It allows the user to be able to analyze it. So it, specifically for infotainments, this infotainment system, it recorded GPS location. And that GPS location is organized in trips. So when you start the vehicle, as soon as you put the key in and it turns it on to the accessories or on to the on position, it begins recording GPS, and it records that as a trip. So we'll just say that's going to be trip number 1. Every second that GPS is recording on that trip number 1. So you may drive from here, point A to point B. As soon as you turn the vehicle off, that's trip 1. If you take the key out, you turn it back on, now you're on trip 2. And so it organizes it in these databases I was mentioning earlier. It organizes it in a process where you can see the trips. You can see the latitude, the longitude, the elevation, the speed during each GPS waypoint. So it records all these waypoints, and it's organized in a way. So Burla, the software, allows us to go through and map all those waypoints, those GPS waypoints, so we can see the trip. So we can physically see, okay, this is where it started, and it's going along, and this is where it ended. And this was the speed, and such and such.
And it takes into account dates and times, correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention, I apologize. It does, every second that the GPS pings, as we'll call it, it records a date and a timestamp.
And then ultimately, are videos created that show in a friendly manner where the vehicle is moving at what date and what time around the valley?
Yes, the software, the Burla software allows you to take one of those trips and animate it so that it's what we would be visually appealing for us, what we're used to seeing. It puts it on a map and you can see it, plot it, you can see the vehicle go the direction and go from point A to point B.
So now that you have this raw data or this information that was put into the Burla software at this point, it's in a way that you can actually read it now. You then get some information that was gathered from Detective Ozawa, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was related to the investigation. Specifically then, having that information, did you hone in on the dates of August 6th, 2023 to August 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And that was because that was of importance in the investigation, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And how do you actually do you just filter to those dates and times, or how do you just hone in on that?
Yeah, because everything's recorded in a descending from the oldest to the newest, you just scroll down to the dates you want, and you can see everything in with a 24-hour period or a 12-hour period, whatever is requested by the detective. And so he requested a specific time period, and so I just scrolled down and highlighted those at that point. Those were the focus.
And you were able to find 11 videos of evidentiary value, is that right?
Yes.
And so that would essentially be 11 trips or so?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And prior to testifying today, you provided those trips on a flash drive, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And I believe at this time, Your Honor, pursuant to stipulation of the parties, the state is going to move to admit Exhibit 7.
Yes, Your Honor.
7 will be in the minute?
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Don't format it.
Don't
please.
format it.
No.
Okay. Can I ask you to step down? Do you know what's going on with it, or?
Yeah, if that's okay.
You're
Yeah.
you're the tech guy, so I better leave it to you.
Your Honor, I think I need to watch this all happen right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here. You were right. This is why we employ the experts. All right, sir. So I have pulled up here Exhibit 7. It appears that there are videos entitled number 1 through number 11.
We don't see it.
Oh, that would
Sorry.
be helpful.
Sorry, I had a phone call. It's okay, Cindy. You take a nap. I feel kind of tired myself, but I'm doing okay. I think I'll survive the day. I think. Kathy, you still here? Oh, you just messaged me. I know. I probably shouldn't have it on there. Actually, I should probably remove it. Now you got to say corn. You're right. I probably should remove it. Okay. I don't know what they're doing. If you all ask me a question, I might be sleeping too. No, I'm just kidding. What the heck are they doing? Oh, trying to get the computer to work. Oh, the tech guy couldn't do it?
All right, so we see here, again, video number 1 through video number 11 of Exhibit 7, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And going through this, obviously you went through each video, and there's certain trips that became important as part of the investigation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're going to open up video number 1. I'm going to pause that. What do we see here in video number 1?
So this is the Burla software that I was explaining earlier. These videos I created. I just used a Windows capture program so you could see what I see as an examiner. So this is the Burla software. The trips that were of importance, I made videos for those trips. So this is one of the trips. If you look, I'm not going to click, but I'm going to hover my mouse over here. You can see this is the timestamp of when this trip, we're looking at trips, when this trip began on 8/6 of 2023 at 5:19 p.m. That's adjusted for UTC, for our time. It's not UTC. Everything is recorded in UTC. So we have to subtract the 7 hours. And then the trip ends on the same date at 5:58 and 33 seconds p.m. So one thing you'll notice if you look over here, you can see the count is 2,368. That's how many waypoints. Every second the GPS is recording, that's how many waypoints or GPS points are recorded in this trip. So you can see the distance was 25 miles, the elapsed time, the average speed, those things that that the GPS system will actually record. So what I did was, when we hit play, you'll be able to see, I'm going to animate this trip so you can follow where it goes.
And just briefly, because I don't think we've talked about this yet, can you explain what UTC time is?
Yes, so it's Greenwich time. It's the time over in England, and we are every hour that it's spread out by distance. And where we are at right now, we are, well, I think we're 8 now, but we were -7 at the time. So it's either -7 or -8. So everything is recorded in UTC time. It's the same way with computers and cell phones, vehicle infotainments. Everything is recorded in UTC time, and then the system and us, we have to manually adjust according to time, daylight savings or not.
And so the times we're seeing here are not UTC, they're the correct times.
They're
correct?
adjusted, yeah. And it even,
Yeah, I'm working on it. Thank
It
you.
said it
No,
on
thank
there.
you.
I adjusted it so we wouldn't have to do any math in our head or anything. It's just automatically adjusted.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and press play on this video. And then I think we saw you click animate tracking. That's that process you were explaining previously, right?
Yes.
What else do we use?
So you're looking at the overview at this second. I'm zooming in so that as I hit play, you can follow it along.
Okay.
So this is where the trip starts. And you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, again, I'm not going to click, but you can see down here the date and the time when the trip started.
And what is that, just for the record?
That is 8/6 of 2023 at 5:19 and 12 seconds p.m.
Okay, and that's just where we're stopped right now, correct?
Correct, yes.
And we're able to determine that that dot right there is the 2698 Paladura Drive in Henderson, correct?
That is correct.
And then I'll go ahead and play for more. And what I notice right now is it's going fairly quickly. It looks like, I'll stop here.
Yeah,
The
if you just
bottom
pause it.
right, there's something that says 5 times. What does that mean?
Yeah, over here we're next to the mouse 5x. I didn't want to have a 45-minute video for a 45-minute trip, so I times it by 5 so it'd be a little bit quicker so that I could condense it a little bit. That's the only reason I made it 5 times, so we wouldn't be here all day watching videos.
And we appreciate that. Playing the video.
So at this point, you can see there's just a little bit of movement. It means the vehicle's on. It hasn't moved yet. There's a little bit of movement. It doesn't necessarily move that the vehicle. It doesn't mean that the vehicle has moved. It just means that it's on and it's recording GPS location. Kind of bounce it around a little bit right in front of the residence. And you can see down here the seconds are moving rather quickly, but you can see the seconds there. Roughly 20, 25. And so on.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. Okay. At about, I think it was around 5:32, we then see the vehicle begin to move. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll press play. And it appears it's going down One Mill Parkway at this point outside of the neighborhood.
Yes.
And ultimately, this trip, as I scroll across, is just the vehicle is traveling across the valley, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And then ultimately, the vehicle comes to a stop, is that right?
Yes.
And that stop happens at 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's essentially the end of this trip.
Yes.
Then we have another trip, and that's labeled as video number 2, correct?
Yes.
Publishing.
You might have to use VLC.
And again, you're clicking animate tracking, correct? Or
Yes.
track log, excuse me. And where is the start of this trip?
At the Porcupine address?
The 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Correct, yes.
And what date and what time?
You could see the date down here. It is 8/6 of 2023.
So are we going to get into the videos or what? That's what I'm waiting for here, y'all. I'm waiting for them videos. How's everyone doing? Please don't forget to like, share, and comment the live. I've been thinking about stopping and playing a little bit more frequently, so we're not sitting here for a whole hour for lunch. Because, you know, that's the next thing coming up, because I really can never find anything to do for an hour besides watch the paroles. And I think Cindy likes to watch the paroles too. So Cindy and I are kind of, we like the same stuff. On Sheila's lives, we would watch the paroles. Yeah, don't forget to sub up to Rubber Ramada and Crime Time with Sheila. Okay. We're a little ahead. We're a little behind, but not like maybe 5 minutes. So, okay. I'm really hoping we get into some interesting pictures.
At 7:37 p.m.
Pressing play. And again, vehicle begins to travel, correct?
Yes.
I'm just quickly scrolling through. Again, this is at 5 times that you have it set at, correct?
That is
Or
correct.
5x. Ultimately, vehicle ending its trip at that same 2698 Paladura Drive, correct?
Yes,
In
correct.
Henderson?
Yes.
Okay, and roughly at about 8:06 p.m. on that same date, August 6, 2023, is when the vehicle comes to a stop on that trip, correct?
Correct.
And that's the end of that one.
Yes.
Okay. Opening file video number 3. Again, clicking animate track log.
So if I could just push pause just real quick. So this actually has 2 trips, and I'll explain real quick. So this first trip is very, very short. It's a span of 10 seconds. You can see the date here at 8/6/2023 at 11:05 and 46 seconds. The vehicle's either turned on or someone put the key into the accessory so you can listen to the radio. One of those 2 options, the vehicle was in an on state, and for 10 seconds, this first trip here, I think we're calling it trip number 3, this trip number 3, the vehicle doesn't move, but the GPS is on and it's recording. And you're going to see that there's some movement there just because that's how GPS works. Sometimes it can be off anywhere from 5 to 30 feet, roughly.
And it is possible that the vehicle may have moved slightly, but it's hard to tell from this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'll go ahead and press play. Okay. What are we seeing here?
And yeah, that was the 10 seconds. So I don't stop recording at this point. I now go to the next one, which is a few hours later.
And I'm just going to pause. Around what time did that trip start?
So this is a few hours later on the 7th at 2:04 a.m.
August 7th, 2023 at 2:04 a.m., correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, at the 2698 Paladura Drive address.
Correct.
And the vehicle is now moving, correct?
Yes.
Going down Windmill.
Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead a little bit. And I'm going to pause here. It looks like at about 2:28 in the morning, same date, August 7th, 2023, it looks like the vehicle is sort of hovering in this one location for a bit. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we determined that that was CVS located at Cheyenne and Durango with the address of 8320 West Cheyenne Ave, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pressing play. The vehicle is now moving, is that right?
Yes.
At about 2:31 in the morning,
Yes.
same date?
Yes, on the August 7th.
I'll go ahead and skip ahead. The vehicle is making its way across the valley, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately landing at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And the time being 2:44 in the morning or so
Yes. That
on
is correct.
August 7th, 2023.
Yes.
Playing video number 3 with the annotation zoomed in at the end. And this is that same trip, correct?
Yes, I labeled it as zoomed in. I wasn't sure what was going on. You can see that there's a lot of movement down there. And after further investigation, it seems like
Okay, I'll stop you there. So at 2:44 in the morning, this is that Porcupine Rim sort of stop, but it appears there is some movement within the neighborhood, correct?
correct. Yes.
Showing you video number 4. This is a new trip, correct?
Yes. This is at 8:01 a.m. on August 7th, 2023.
And the starting address is that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I'll go ahead and skip ahead. Oh. It appears that the vehicle exits the neighborhood on Ann Road and then makes what looks like a U-turn back into the neighborhood,
Yes, that's correct.
back to that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes,
And this is at 8:06 a.m.
that is correct. The vehicle's left on at this point.
I have never seen stuff like this being used before. Man, they're like the whole route. They ain't getting anywhere without the cops. So, man, isn't that crazy? How you can't do anything, nothing. You cannot get away with nothing. Maybe back in the 70s and 80s, but not now. Man, they can follow you in your car for real. That's wild. Kathy, you still here for this? All right, let's keep listening.
The vehicle begins moving again roughly at 8:10
Yes.
in the morning. Go ahead and skip ahead. I'm going to stop it right here at 8:16 in the morning. We see the vehicle and it is stopped at what appears to be a Funny's gas station and car wash, correct?
That is correct.
And that's located at the intersection of Lone Mountain and Rancho there, specifically 4747 North Rancho Drive, correct?
Yes, that is right.
Pressing play.
At this point, the vehicle is still on. As soon as it turns off, the trip ends. So it's still on for these remaining minutes.
There appears to be some slight movement there around 8:18 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Still some slight movement there,
Yes.
inching along. And that trip then ends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing video number 5. What time does this trip start?
This is on August 7th, 2023 at 8:21 a.m.
And this, again, we're starting at that Funny's car wash
Correct.
gas station. Looks like vehicle begins to move around 8:21 or so.
Yes.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I think you're right. I think it was the Karen Reed case that I saw this before. It's just wild. Like, they can even tell the car is still running. This is just crazy. I mean, you are not gonna, this right here should show to everybody, you're gonna commit a crime, man, you are gonna be found. They will find you and prosecute you to overly prosecute you. Wow. So what do you guys think so far? Are we still thinking Devyn? Do we think Devyn had any part to play in this? I don't know. I want to think that the son had some type of part to play in this. The husband of Devyn and the son to Johnathan. I want to think that he had something to do with it. Because there's no way Devyn did this by herself. There's just no way. How? For one, she's 5'2", and he was 6'4". Even if you know, his head, he's still at least a good 5'10", 5'11", you think, right? I guess maybe, I don't know how, from the neck up, maybe. Yeah, that might make him about 5'7", 5'8", maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to give commentary. I don't know. It's just weird. Just weird how you can't even drive down the street without them knowing. Well, I mean, of course. Oh, hold on. I got someone on my door. Of course, they had to have their phone numbers to do that.
Sort of those slight movements we saw earlier. And now the vehicle is moving out of that area, correct?
Correct.
The vehicle then proceeds through the valley.
And this is where the vehicle parks.
Vehicle parks. Does it appear to have parked at a children's school, so at the Torrey Pines, Washburn sort of intersection there?
Yes, there's an elementary school there.
Okay. And that would be Ernest May Elementary School, correct?
Yes.
And the trip ultimately ends at that elementary school.
Correct.
Video number 6, picking up from there. And around, it appears 9:27 in the morning is when this trip starts, still on August 7th, 2023. And again, we are starting at that Ernest May Elementary School, correct?
That is correct.
And that trip ends vehicle goes back to that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That's correct.
And ultimately ends there, correct?
That is correct. At 9:30 a.m.
Publishing video number 7. Trip starts at that 5510 Porcupine Rim, correct? At 9:35 a.m.
Yes, on August 7th, 2023.
Go ahead and skip through. Traveling across the valley. Looks like it's on Summerlin Parkway. Ultimately, trip is concluding at 9:57 a.m.
That is correct.
And that appears to be Summerlin Hospital, 657 North Town Center Drive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Publishing video number 8. It appears to begin at that Summerlin Hospital address, correct?
Yes.
At 10:09 a.m.
Yes,
on August 7th, 2023.
that is right.
Eventually ending at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And that was at 10:26 a.m. on August 7th, 2023.
Correct.
Publishing video number 9. The next trip. Starting out at the defendant's home, 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, at 11:33 in the morning, same date.
That's correct. Yes.
Ultimately, the vehicle traveling across town to scrolled a little too fast there. It appears the 2698 Paladura Drive address gets there around 12:07 in the afternoon.
Yes, that's correct.
And the car stays on at this point, it looks like.
Yes. Yes.
Scrolling forward a bit. And the trip ends there at 12:43 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Publishing video number 10.
Sorry, everyone, I'm here. I went to go throw some chicken pot pie in the kitchen. No, I went and threw some chicken pot pie in my microwave for lunch. Okay, but I'm here. I'm listening.
Next trip. Starting out at that 2698 Paladura Drive, correct?
Yes.
at 12:51 p.m. or so.
Correct.
Scroll through. Trip ends at about 12:54 p.m. and it appears that it ends at a Taco Bell at the corner of Windmill and Pecos, correct?
Correct. It's like a parking lot right there.
Finally, video number 11. Publishing. It's the next trip. And it originates from that Taco Bell at 1:31 p.m. on the same date. Ultimately, once we scroll through, ending at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And it ends at 2:01 p.m. on August 7th, 2023.
Correct.
And between all these videos, these were, this was the date and time frame that Detective Ozawa was most interested in based on the investigation in the case, correct?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Detective Spangler, now, when the car comes in, you're the one that actually physically goes in and pulls out the unit, correct?
Inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's sealed at the scene, and it's not open until you open the door, correct?
I didn't open the doors. The crime scene analysts, since they're the ones taking the pictures, they physically open the doors.
Were you present for that?
When they opened them?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. In your time in spending the car pulling out this unit, you kind of observe the general condition of the car when you're pulling out the unit, right?
Yes.
I'm putting up what's State's Exhibit 458. And then how do I switch over to this?
But is it plugged in now that you took it out of your computer?
Yeah, we plug it back. Put that one.
And right here is where you take the unit out, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
And you see this, console with brushes and various items of Miss Michaels, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to put up what's State's Exhibit 448. This is a different view from the car, correct?
Yes, the driver's side.
And you would go into the driver's side to get that unit, so you would probably sit in the driver's seat and pull that out.
I believe I accessed both sides, at some
okay.
point
So
throughout.
you're aware of the condition of the car and kind of what's in there.
In the front, yes.
Right. It's kind of a messy car from your view of this, correct?
I have teenagers, so my idea of messy might be a little different.
Well, it doesn't look like it would just, it's not wiped out. I mean, look, she's got brushes, there's things in the car, it's dirty, we dirt on the floor. So it doesn't look like it just went and got detailed.
Correct.
Now, when you're accessing this unit and as you're pulling it out and looking at the console, and like you said, you accessed both sides of the car from the driver's side and potentially the passenger side?
Yes.
You didn't observe any blood in the car, did you?
I don't recall any blood.
Nothing on the steering wheel?
I don't recall touching the steering wheel, so I don't know, but I from my memory, I don't recall any blood on the steering wheel.
But you're in the middle looking at the console where someone would be touching, obviously they put the car in gear, they've got the shift knob, so they would have to touch that. You didn't see any blood on that?
I didn't.
I'm going to put up what states exhibit 451. This is just an ID that was found in there. Like, I believe you said that you didn't see this, but this is something that would have been in the car with Ms. Michaels' personal belongings, correct?
Yes, I personally didn't see this, so I don't know where it was, but the crime scene analyst must have taken it, so, yeah.
Now, going back to the videos that the state put up, there was a end of video 3. There was like some squiggly lines kind of going. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you previously testified that when the car is there, it can give or take 30, 50 feet. In that clip, it looked like it was zoomed in on.
5 to 33 feet.
5 to 33 feet.
Correct.
Okay. And then, are you aware of the Funny's gas station, or you just know the location?
I'm not aware of it. I just look at the map.
So it's not like you went out to Funny's and looked and saw what was there?
No.
Funny's gas station has gas pumps?
I would imagine.
And if I told you there was one, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
At that location?
No.
Now, you looked at the infotainment system. Were you asked to do anything else on this case?
Wait a minute, now I'm confused. Why wouldn't a gas station have gas pumps? Is it a new one? Are they closing it down? What's the significance to the gas pumps? I'm confused. Now I got to look up Funny's gas station in Henderson, Nevada. Oh.
To examine anything by Detective Ozawa at his request?
Yes. Later on, there was I believe it was a cell phone.
Cell phone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 cell phone. I don't want to read off all the model numbers, but it's safe to say you looked at that, or did he ask you to examine that?
That is correct.
And that happened to be one of Devyn Michaels' phones, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And that was a additional request by Detective Ozawa.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any follow-up, state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, standing on response, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Your counsel approach.
So, it may be gigantic like the Buc-ee's in Texas. Oh, yeah. Maybe they just didn't see the gas pumps. I don't know. Our typical gas stations that we call gas stations have gas pumps. But we do things weirder here in Iowa.
Everybody's starting to be driving just mine. So we're going to take our recess at this time, and then that way we'll have all the technology and everything set up by the time you guys get back. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, and anybody regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not report this thing or use your media accounts to commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using references. You must not make any investigation, testify in the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or the facts submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:40. We will be in recess until 1 o'clock. All right, to the jury.
11:40, 12:40, 1:40. So I'm just waiting to see if they're going to say anything. Oh, of course, she's muted, talking 100 miles an hour. I'm sorry, y'all. My loan company just called me, and I was like, "Oh God, you gotta hurry, hurry, hurry." Okay. I don't know what to do, y'all. I can stop the stream and come back at 3 because that's a whole hour. So, or I can do the parole. I guess that's really my only option. It's my only option. Parole. Where'd my mouse go? Oh. Well, we have till 2:40. They're not even live. Let me change the background to the regular one. I gotta put their link in my. In the description for fair use. I don't know if that's the right one. I still don't think that's the right one. Here we go. This one I know is right. Yeah, there we go. Get rid of these. I'll put it in the comment box too. So credit to Louisiana Board of Pardons and Parole for giving me something to do during the lunch period. Guess it really don't matter which one we watch.
That Mr. Randall has some health issues where we will not be able to hear him speak, so Warden will rely on you to.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Make his responses to us, and let me acknowledge that he has some guests there with him. He has his daughter, Mary Murray, and her husband, Mr. Randall's son-in-law, James Murray, who are there in support. Thank y'all for being there this morning. Let me just confirm Mr. Randall's information. Mr. Randall is classified as a third felony offender. Well, first of all, his DOC number is 65667. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he's a third offender. He has sentencing in Webster Parish for murder and also in West Feliciana Parish for murder. He's serving a life sentence plus 7 years. His parole eligibility has been determined to be April 10th of 2026. And that's per Act 544 of 2022. Is all that information correct according to your records, Warden Dozette?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So first, it's my understanding that there's some health issues that are crucial to our case today. So I'd like to see if Dr. Crooks, could you tell us a little bit about Mr. Randall's medical status?
Yes, ma'am. Inmate Randall developed laryngeal cancer, glottic cancer in 2016 and required a total removal of his trachea, his windpipe and all had to be removed, and it was replaced with the tube that he breathes in and out of there. But that was a permanent surgery, and he's had several revisions of that surgery since then. And he received chemotherapy and radiation treatment for several years, and the cancer has now recurred. He has a metastatic cancer in his lungs.
Maybe talk about his recent prognosis.
Yes, we have taken him to the oncology cancer doctor board review, and they have stated in their notes that they do not think he will survive approximately past 6 months or less without radiation treatments or chemotherapy treatments. And he's not taking any of those treatments now.
And he elected not to take those treatments?
Yes, ma'am.
In his words, as he was talking to the doctor earlier, with his age and and let me know if this is not accurate, but it was so difficult on his body the last time he did it years ago, and he doesn't have the strength to be able to undergo those type of invasive treatments.
Okay. So, and Mr. Randall has a birthday coming up. Will he be 85?
85 on November 15th.
Okay. And he's been incarcerated 64 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So Warden, will you tell us a little bit about Mr. Randall?
Yes, ma'am. He does have a statement, Ms. Renata. Would you like me to read that now for him or?
Great. Yes, please.
To the honorable members of the parole board, good morning to everyone here today. I would like to thank the board for this opportunity. To my daughter, I would like to say I'm sorry for what I have put you through. I love you, and you are still as beautiful as the day you were born. Also, I would like to thank everyone that is here today in support of me, Warden Dozat and her staff, other past administrations that made a better man out of me. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1961, 64 years ago, I made the poorest decision a person could ever make. I got off work, I drove up to my house and went inside, opened the door to my bedroom, and my wife was in our house with another man. I can't explain the hurt and pain I was feeling at the moment. I was working hard to give her everything and I just lost it. I pulled out my gun and started firing. Instantly, I knew I had made the wrong decisions. With tears in my eyes, I got our daughter and took her to my wife's sister's house. I told them what had happened, and later I found out everyone knew but me about the affair. The Lord knows I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for my actions that night. I truly love my wife. I just wish somebody would have told me about what was going on beforehand, and I would have made a better decision. Ladies and gentlemen of the parole board, when I got sentenced to life because of my poor decision in 1961, I went to Angola, Louisiana State Penitentiary, which was known as the bloodiest prison in America, and it was. After about a year of incarceration at Angola, I made trustee and was given a gun as to what time was called an inmate guard, khaki bag. Shortly after, I killed 2 inmates while in that job. I was sentenced to 2 more 10-6 life sentences. Life at that time only carried 10 years in the 60s. In the process of doing the life sentences, the law changed, and that's the reason why I'm still incarcerated today, 64 years later. By now or soon, you will have heard from many who can attest to that over the years. I've developed a great character, I've been reformed, and I've been a trustee for over 40 years of my incarceration, and I'm a loving man. Also, you will hear a testimony about cancer that's taking over my body, and I live a very painful life that requires a lot of medical care. I'm respectfully asking this honorable board to have mercy on me today and grant my freedom. I was faced with an abnormal situation, and I understand I made a very, very poor decision. It leaves nothing but a lifetime of hurt and pain. Even my battle with cancer for the last 10 plus years hasn't been as bad as what happened that night in 1961. There's no forgetting any of this hard journey of my life. So often my mind replays my very poor decisions early in life. Please have mercy on me. I made my 20th birthday in prison. Don't allow me to make my 85th birthday in prison. My record shows I'm a changed man. Warden Dozat has reunited me with my daughter. Please allow me to live my last days with my daughter. I will forever thank you for this opportunity. Sincerely, Alma Randall.
Great. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. The thought you put into that, Mr. Randall. Warren, is there anything you want to add about Mr. Randall?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I have a few things I'd like to say. I've known Alma for almost 27 years. I've known him since he's been at David Way, but also when I was employed at Angola. As you said earlier, he's 84. He'll turn 85 in November 15th. He's been incarcerated 64 years, which is currently the longest of any incarcerated inmate in the department right now. He's been a trustee for the majority of it. He's the last living khaki back, as we read earlier. And honestly, I think he's just seen and experienced things that a lot of us couldn't even imagine. But as far as David Wade, he's been a model inmate here. He's respected by his peers. He's always maintained a respectful relationship with staff. And I know that looking back, and I've done a lot of a thorough record review with him, with his record, and I know it doesn't reflect a lot of participation in programming, throughout the years. However, he was sentenced to 3 life sentences, and that was at a time where programming for inmates that had lengthy sentences was not a priority. It just wasn't something that was a possibility as far as release. But now that he's parole eligible due to his advanced illness and his declining cognitive ability, and obviously his recent prognosis, I mean, his medical needs have just superseded, you know, his enrollment and participation in the past, you know, few months specifically. But with that being said, he has a lot of skills that he's acquired over the years: heavy equipment operator, horticulture, and I know, you know, he is one of our trustees. He works in our greenhouse, but obviously with his physical condition, you know, he's more of a mentor to the guys that are out there. So he doesn't like staying in the dorms. We still bring him out in his wheelchair, and he, you know, gives them the guidance as far as our horticulture and groundskeeping, which is what he has extensive experience in throughout his incarceration. He was reunited recently with his daughter, and that's been a very heartwarming experience to see that transformation and that reunification for them. And I think he's remorseful for his actions, and he's just asking it for a chance to spend the last days of his life with his loved ones. And lastly, I've served in the department for many years, and I've never spoke openly in favor of an inmate's release. I do this now because I think that this does warrant additional consideration given his circumstances. He's lived more than 6 decades behind bars, and he's accepted responsibility for his actions. And in light of his terminal condition and good conduct record, I respectfully support his release to live with his daughter. This would allow him to spend his remaining time in a setting with his family in a non-custodial environment, consistent with both humane principles and the department's commitment to rehabilitation. So, thank you.
That was all right. So, Mr. Randall, you were 19 years old when you committed the act in Webster Parish?
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you been married?
How long had you been married? How long had you been married before that? 4 years.
Okay. So, Mr. Randall, you've heard what has been said this morning. The doctor has said you have less than 6 months, they think. Do you understand that prognosis?
Do you understand what the doctor said about how long you have to live? You understand what the doctor at the hospital had said about your cancer and when you, and not receiving the treatments, and how long, you know, how long your life expectancy would be without the treatments? Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I was impressed by Mr. Randall's statement, and while you were reading it, we could see the emotion on both him and his daughter. So I believe that's an expression of remorse. I was glad to see that. And well, I guess we'd like to hear from Miss Mary. Miss Mary, would you like to say anything to us?
Yes. That's right, Miss Mary.
Hey, Benoit.
Hey, how y'all?
Well, my name is Mary. I'm the daughter of Alvin Brown Jr. Our reason for being here today is to request the parole board to grant my daddy to be released. It's been many years that I have not seen my daddy until here a few months ago. I am more willing to provide my daddy with every means of support, motivation, and love. I have forgave my daddy for the crime that he committed. I feel in my heart that my daddy has done his time. And I feel he needs to be home with me. I am not a baby anymore, but I am his baby girl that needs my daddy, and to build a relationship with him before one of us be called home to glory. I have visited my daddy these last few months. I need him in my life as much as I know he needs me in his life. I urge you to to grant parole to Evan Randall Jr., my daddy, and allow him to rebuild his life. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. Mary Murray.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. And it's my understanding, Ms. Murray, that the plan would be for Mr. Randall to reside with you in Arkansas?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're prepared to deal with his health issues?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Any questions?
Did you want to say something? Ms. Randall,
Would you like, I know you know Mr. Randall from his time at Angola. Is there anything you want to add?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry I got here late, but I've known Alma for over 50 years. The man that you see sitting here today is not the man that arrived at Angola for the crime that he committed. Alma, I feel, has rehabilitated himself in his time in Angola, and I know his time here at Wade. He is not the same man that committed that crime so many years ago. And I would not mind Alma Randall being my next door neighbor. So that's how I feel about it. Yes, right.
All right. I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. And I'll vote first. I think, we reviewed all the documentation that was provided to us. Even though our interview was short today, I think Mr. Randall's statement was very, very moving. And I do not believe that the release on parole of Mr. Randall would not be incompatible with the welfare of society, primarily because of his mental condition and his low risk score. So my vote today would be to grant his parole with the understanding that his parole date is not until April. There is a little bit of work that he would have to do to meet the statutory requirement for parole eligibility, so I'll just put that as a stipulation that he meet those requirements. Mr. Freeman?
I also agree. I don't think he's a threat to public safety whatsoever. Due to the warden's remarks, my vote today would be to grant to his sister in Arkansas, for residents in Arkansas.
Mr. Byron?
I concur with my colleagues for the same reasons. Great.
And I meant to say on the record, and I did, and I apologize, that we did get correspondence from the sheriff in Webster Parish. He took no position on the release of Mr. Randall early, as did from the West Feliciana Parish Sheriff, unopposed due to age and length of incarceration. So today, Mr. Randall, you've been granted parole. Good luck to you. Thank y'all. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sign off. It's 9:19.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations.
All right, the Committee on Parole is now convening at Union Parish Detention Center. It's 9:23 a.m. on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Could we get the officer there at Union Parish to please introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Sergeant Hill.
All right, thanks so much for accommodating us this morning, Sergeant Hill.
Yes, ma'am.
We have before us Mr. Russell Doom. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Russell Wood Doom III, DOC number 771600, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Doom, I want to acknowledge we have some guests here with us in Baton Rouge. We have the victim's mother, Ms. Jackie Jones, and she'll be saying a few words in just a few minutes.
Yes,
along the stepfather, Mr. Gilbert Dewey. Both are here in opposition, but first, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then I'm going to ask you to confirm or verify that it's accurate, and then I'm going to turn it to Mr. Freeman, seated to my right, because your case has been assigned to him.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Doom, you are classified as a first felony offender, currently serving a 7-year sentence. You were sentenced in August of 2022 for sexual battery and computer-aided solicitation of a minor. Your parole eligibility date is March 18 of 2026. You don't earn good time, so your full-term date is December 18, 2027. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Jones, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Stop, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put in there? And what have you done since you've been in there that you think that I should let you out today?
I had a bad night, sir. I was drinking. I was on drugs. I succumbed to problems that I've dealt with in my life. And my victim, Miss Kate, I apologize. I made a mistake, and I'm doing my time on that mistake. I don't look at it as I didn't make a mistake, and I don't look at it as I'm innocent. You know, I was convicted. I didn't fight the system. I took my charge and I took my sentence. And I was actually expecting to not have a parole date, sir. When I got my rap sheet, there wasn't I don't know if it updated with laws changing, but since I've been incarcerated, I've worked on myself. I'm currently the laundryman at the facility. I've worked basically since January 8th of 2022 as the laundryman at this facility. I've been in no infractions. I get along with the staff. I'm trying to fix myself because I've lost a lot of time with my son, some very valuable time. He's 15 currently. I should have been there. I lost my father when I was 6, and I know how not having a positive male role model in your life can affect you. I just want my victim and the family to know I'm sorry. I want to better myself. I want to be the father that my son deserves. I want to be the husband that my wife deserves. I want to be the citizen that the public deserves. You know, I know that I'm going to have stipulations, and I know there's things that I'm going to have to carry along in my life. if I do get out, whether it be on parole or my full-term date, it's going to be a struggle, but I know that I'll be able to achieve what I set my mind to. I just want to be the man that the people in my life deserve. The God-fearing man that doesn't want to make these mistakes. I don't want to drink anymore. I'm surrounded by bad things that I could get into here that I choose not to, because I don't want people to look at me as my faults. I want people to look at me as what I could be, not what my past reflects. I want to just, like I said, I want to be the person that has respect. I disrespected my name and my honor, and that's not anything my family or the people that love me deserve to have to deal with.
Gotcha.
And I know that it's going to be an ongoing battle, and I just, with God with me, and I just want to be able, like I said, to be the man that people respect and that my family deserves. You know, whether I get paroled or do my full term, you know, it's a day-to-day. Yes, sir.
Okay, I might have some more questions. We're gonna get into it deeper, during our, okay, we have nobody here, on your behalf, but we do have some victims here, and, we have Miss Jackie Jones and Mr. Gilbert Dewey. Ms. Jones, you wish to speak? Would you please go to the podium and tell us what you want to know about, us to know about Mr. Dewey?
So I told my daughter he was somebody that she could trust. He defied that. That has caused a strain on my relationship with my daughter because he knew of things that had happened to her and he abused that. He's not a good person. He's not trustworthy to be around other children. This isn't the first time. It may be the first time he's been charged, but it's not the first time he's ever had issues with juveniles. I think he deserves the full time. I don't believe he's going to be the model citizen when he gets out. He may be the model citizen while he's on parole. But once he gets off of parole, there's nobody to watch him anymore. There's plenty of people that have told me that they were too scared to go to the police, do their thing, you know, just, he's destroyed my family. My daughter, I haven't seen her or spoken to her in months. I don't know where she's at. I'm not saying everything he did was the cause of this, but he was the tipping point. And I don't have my little girl no more. He doesn't deserve to be out here.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you coming today. Okay, Mr. Doom, let's get into you.
Sir, can I start by saying that I apologize for any harm to her. I would like to apologize to Jackie and the family. I'm sorry. You know, I know those are words, but I truly am. I don't never wanted to cause anybody pain.
Gotcha. Okay, well, let's get into it. What kind of classes do they offer over there?
I haven't been, reentry, I believe. They offer reentry here, but I found out about this hearing this morning as I was being woken up to learn that I had a parole hearing. I didn't know that this, when they
talked to your wife didn't tell you the date?
No, sir. I haven't been able to get in touch with my wife for a year. I tried calling her last night. I don't know if it's spam blocking on her phone, but no, sir, I haven't been able to get in touch with anybody but my sister.
Okay, any contact with your son? Do you have any contact with your son at the present time?
I can't get in touch with, besides letters, sir. I've written them, because I can't get in touch with them through the phone, and they don't have the account. I don't. The only contact I have with the outside world is my sister's.
Got you. Okay, and what about sex offender training? You haven't had no sex offender classes?
No, sir.
See that, and that's, they don't even offer that day, I would take it.
No, sir. I think you have to go to Bossier or
We're gonna get you need those classes before you're released to the public, in my opinion, anyway. And so your sisters and all, none of them wanted to come today to speak on your behalf, or you didn't know to tell them?
One's in California and one's in New York. I didn't know.
Okay, I got you.
I had no idea, sir. I didn't know to let them know.
I got you. Okay, and I want to note that you scored a 2 on your static 99, which is not good. It's not good.
What is that?
Static 99 is a sex offender tool that says what's the likelihood of you reoffending, and you had a moderate risk, which is that means not really good. Mr. Doom, I'm going to say this because obviously you had a DWI before, and you had an indecent behavior with a juvenile. What happened with those charges?
The DWI was
About DWI, what happened to the indecent behavior?
The charges were dropped.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay, you had a district attorney, they didn't proceed. Okay, and you also had an aggravated arson and a cruelty to juveniles.
That was in Calcasieu Parish, and that was dropped.
Okay.
That was somebody trying to attack me. And the blood that they saw on my son when the paramedics checked, it was my blood.
That's not the same thing. This is when you poured gasoline at the strip club, Cloud 9 Gentlemen's Club.
That was the club I was managing.
Okay.
And that was dropped because the guy that filed them was trying to get me out of the situation. Those charges were dropped.
Okay. And then, of course, we have the instant offense. You do have opposition from the district attorney, sheriff, and attorney general, all opposed. And of course, you've heard from the victim's opposition. The biggest problem is you have total lack of classes. I mean, I think you have one class. And you definitely need victim accountability, victim writing, you need sex offender class, you need all kind of stuff. So right now, that's all the questions I have.
What's your level of education?
Say that again, ma'am?
What's your level of education?
High school.
You graduated?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I went to work. I started working.
And so when did you find you had a parole date? When did you learn that? Just today?
This morning.
And so prior to this, you never inquired about programs there?
No, ma'am.
Regardless of parole or not.
Ma'am, say that again.
Regardless of whether or not you had a parole date, you never inquired for program participation?
They don't have any classes like that here, ma'am. And
I thought you said they had reentry.
They do. they have reentry, but it's picked. You can't apply to it. They pick inmates that are close to release date, and
Okay.
those.
So, do you have any write-ups?
No, ma'am.
Sergeant Hill, is he still in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Devyn?
Well, he's been our hall man, I mean, our laundry man for like 3 or 4 years, and he has never been a problem for us.
Good, thank you.
Now, the programs that he needs, we don't offer them here. Like, we don't have a sex offender class, and our reentry ain't really the reentry. Most of our guys, when they go to reentry, we send them to another jail.
I see. All right, well, thank you, Sergeant. We appreciate that information. Mr. Dune, I don't see any other questions, so Mr. Freeman will be voting.
Okay, Mr. Dune, biggest problem, like I say, you have total lack of classes, and your criminal history isn't the best in the world either. My vote today is to deny, but I also request that you be moved to an institution that they have sex offender class. I definitely think you need that before any release date. So my vote is to.
Mr. Barrow?
I concur with Mr. Freeman, deny, same reasons.
And my vote also is to deny for the same reason. So, Mr. Dune, today your parole's been denied, but we'll ask if you can be moved to another facility for programs. Good luck to you.
Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Y'all have a blessed day.
No.
Thank you.
So why would they send someone that's a, as a child boy, and you send him to a prison that don't even offer the classes that he needs, that require him to get out on parole? That don't make a whole lot of sense. That's telling me they failed him also. Granted, he should never get out. He should never get out of prison. He should stay there for the rest of his life. As a matter of fact, he probably should not. As a matter of fact, Ronnie, shut up. I don't believe in hurting children. You should never, ever, ever hurt a child. Ever. They are innocent. They're our future. Why are we hurting them? I'm very cold about essaying children. I'm very cold about it. I don't care about that person. I could care less about that man if he ever walks a day of his life outside. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. I don't. I'm very cold when it comes to people that have hurt children. They don't do anything to you. Nothing. That child probably did nothing but love him and smiled when he seen him, laughed. Oh, what a sick man. And I know another one too, but we won't get into that. Let's keep it rolling. We're almost time. 14 more minutes.
Yeah, I'm turning it on, man. See you on that.
What was that sound? It sounded like somebody was, you know, those machines that you use to suck out a breathing tube. I decided I'm gonna have a salad. Well, I'm glad that guy that murdered his wife is gonna get out, live the rest of his years with his daughter. Not years, months. All right, I said he almost got only 6 months to live, but they said something about April. So November, December, January, February, March, April. He'll get out and have a month left. God, I hope they don't do that to him.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is convening at Madison Parish on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Morning. Sir, could I get the officer there to introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Carl Kamak. I'm the video conference officer.
Okay, thank you, sir. And this is Mr. Goods?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Goods, good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is John Goods. Our DOC number is 482478.
And you have counsel, do you have Ms. Bridget Brown there with you this morning?
She's not with me in person, but she's on Zoom. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
she couldn't be here.
Okay. And here we have Ms. Tammy Brown here with us in Baton Rouge. You want to enter your name for the record, ma'am?
Yes, Attorney Tammy Brown here on behalf of Mr. John Goods.
Thank you.
And Chairwoman, this is Bridget Brown. I'd like to enter for the record that I am present. I am in Tallulah. I appeared at the prison this morning an hour before this hearing was scheduled to start. The warden and two of his employees were very polite and they escorted me off the premises because they explained to me that they do not allow lawyers to be present next to the inmate while the parole hearing is going on. So they escorted me off the premises and explained to me that I could participate by Zoom, but I was not allowed. So I didn't not show up. And I wanted to be clear that my efforts, and I've done 1,000 of these hearings, I've always gone to the prison, sat next to my client and participated. This morning I was not allowed to.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate that. And it's our understanding that Ms. Tammy Brown will be making a presentation, and we'll ask her to do so shortly.
Yes.
The case was assigned to Mr. Barra, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Now for quick exhibits.
All right, Mr. Good, it's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner. Number 3, on 12/10/24, you were arrested in Madison County, Mississippi on a warrant issued by Louisiana Probation and Parole and Franklin Sheriff's Office during a stop by the Madison Sheriff's Office. How do you plead to that?
He pleads not guilty.
All right. Also, on or about November 2024, Franklin Parish Sheriff's Office issued a warrant for John Goods on the charges of rape, amended to domestic abuse, battery, second offense, and domestic abuse strangulation. How do you plead to that?
He pleads not guilty.
And you were also arrested for committing obstruction of justice. How do you plead to that?
He pleads not guilty.
All right. So we plead not guilty to everything. I have a question that, first question is, why were you arrested over there in Madison County?
Mr. Woods, go ahead and explain.
Well, Miss Thornton, my girlfriend, she had tent in her window, and they pulled us over for that reason.
No, he's asking you why were you in Mississippi?
I was going to my daughter's graduation. She was in college for nursing. I was going to her graduation.
And he wants you to explain why you were there. Or who gave you permission to be in Mississippi for the graduation?
Well, my parole officer, Burgess, gave me permission. I asked him prior to going, and he said, it's okay. You can go, Mr. Goods. And so he asked me for a date. And I said, I don't know at the moment. But when the time comes, I'll call you and let you know. So I called him on a meeting app. And he said, it's okay, you can go. And right here on this paper, Agent Burgess was questioned by Good's lawyer regarding the violation. Agent Burgess said he does not recall discussing Goods attending his daughter's graduation, but Agent Burgess said it is possible he told Goods it would not be a problem for him to attend graduation. Agent Burgess came to my house. I don't remember what date. And he told me, Goods, it's no problem. Then me and Agent Burgess started talking about our problems. He had problems with his wife or whatnot. Then I talked about my problems. And I had my kids. I had two of my kids. We laughed, say they're going to be okay and whatnot. And I said, Agent Burgess, my daughter is graduating for college and I need to go. He said, man, ain't no problem. Go. But then he did say what the date. I didn't know the exact date. And Miss Thornton, she was there. And she is a witness to that. In this paper, you know what I'm saying, he admitted that it was possible on the hearing and recommendation.
Keep reading the next line after you said he would not be a problem for him to attend graduation. Read the next line.
He said, however, Agent Burgess said he would have told Good to report to our office before he left to get a permit.
Did you go get a permit?
Sir?
Did you go get the permit?
He never told me to come get one. He never told me to come get one. He just said it's okay to go. And whatever Agent Burgess
didn't know
said,
you needed a travel permit to go out of state.
Did I know? Yes, sir.
Well, that's kind of what the point of the argument is. You know, he said, I would have let you go, but you would have needed a permit. I mean, and that's what you signed on your conditions of parole that says you're going to have, you know, that's the problem right there in itself.
Yes, sir. But I just doing what he said.
All right. So let's talk about the next thing where it says they issued a warrant for you for rape, and then you got reduced to amended to second offense, domestic abuse battery, and domestic abuse strangulation. What happened there?
Tonight at the house, what I call like fun house, at my mother's house, I get a call from my girlfriend, my fiance, Miss Thornton, and she wanted me there with her. And I was with someone else. Miss her name, Miss Quosha Robinson and Kelsey Heckert, two women that was there with me at the time. And when I
Wow, she's really chewing at her mouth fast. Do you guys see that? Holy schmackerels. God, she's like chewing on that cheek. You know, that causes cancer. The doctor told my sister that if she kept chewing on her cheek, she was going to get cancer. Tell me why she died of lung cancer and not cheek cancer. All right, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you're on the replay, please don't forget to like the content. We will be back into what we are here for in 2 minutes. They will be starting back up. I kind of want to see how this ends.
stopped answering Miss Thornton's phone, she started to come. She come to Winsbury. She have a key. She came in while we was in the kitchen, sitting down talking. And Miss Thornton came in, and I was trying to see who was at the door. And she was like, "Oh, I know that effing girl Kelsey in there, because they her birthday." And she started putting on my shirt, put my shirt up, and she started punching on me. And I'm falling, going back, and I never hit her at all. And so the girl Quosha was like, let me go home. I don't got time for this nonsense. Kelsey took out running the room. And when
Why does it look like Bridget Brown's in a camper?
I left to take Quosha home, and then I come back, Gigi was still there. Miss Thornton was still there. And she was like, I'm sick of this shit. All you do is cheat on me. This the fifth woman. And I'm like, baby, chill out. Just chill out. We was just talking. We wasn't doing nothing. We was just talking. And she like, I'm sick of this shit. I can't take it. And then I said, baby, chill out. Everything is good. And then we sat down, and then we started talking, and that thing we started having sex. And then we go from the front room to the bedroom. And as we was in the bedroom, the door was still open. And we started making love. And she moaned and said, baby, why are you doing this? I love you. And I said, I love you too. And we had good sex. Miss Kelsey, she passed through or whatnot. Because normally we used to do threesomes. But me and Kelsey and Miss Thornton never did a threesome together. And so, as the night passed, probably about 2 o'clock, not for sure. Me and Miss Thornton, we left.
We
left out. I asked her, was she gonna come spend the night with me at the house?
She typed up?
Yeah, she told me about it. She told me before she did it.
Okay, and what did she type up the affidavits to say?
I don't know what she said, but when she called me, she said about the affidavits. We spoke on that.
Telling her to leave, she wouldn't leave, and this not the first time, this the second time. We had sex that night. We stayed there in that house, got up the next morning, went back over to the family house. Okay, that was over. Yes, I have had conversations with Tammy Gooden when she was employed when she worked for me. But Miss Tammy, if you're going to sit here and lie, because when all this happened, I followed him back over to the family house, and when
charges, please, don't come to the grand jury proceeding, and notifies that you're not coming. She didn't just notify them that she wasn't coming and she didn't want to proceed. Here are two exhibits with which we produced this morning showing she has contacted them consistently and incessantly. The family members that she contends threatened her since we left that trial on Monday. As best we could to avoid a bench trial, because I wanted to be able to present all this evidence before a jury. When you get to a bench trial, the district attorney's office only needed the judge to find him guilty. All happened November 10th of last year. He was arrested. You've been in jail 12 months. I'm going to give you 6 months on the first misdemeanor, 6 months on the second, and you go down to the parole board.
Byron,
Yes.
Bernardson,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Wait, what happened? Oh, come on.
Byron,
Yes.
Bernardson,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Oh, wait, come on. I'm trying to hear what they said. No. No.
The judge to find him guilty of something so we could come before this board, which we've been trying to get to for months, to come before this board and explain he didn't do anything to Ms. Thornton. And for 11 months of his life, he's been there. To that extent, I filed a motion to reconsider sentence. The day after, I filed a motion for a new trial, a motion to reconsider sentence. I cannot file the notice of appeal until the judge rules on the motion to reconsider sentence. But we have the motion to reconsider sentence. The stamp copy is going to let you know he plans to appeal and clear his name on these 2 misdemeanor charges. We are asking this board to give him the same sentence that the judge gave him. You've been in jail 12 months, Mr. Goods, because this all happened November 10th of last year. He was arrested. You've been in jail 12 months. I'm going to give you 6 months on the first misdemeanor, 6 months on the second, and you go down to the parole board and take your chances. So, as I said, we're asking this board in our position paper, we ask this board to give him 9 months on everything with credit for time served, so this matter can be placed behind Ms. Gigi Thornton and Mr. Goods.
Thanks. All right. Anybody else has any questions?
I'll move for an executive session.
All right. Okay.
Byron,
Yes.
Bernardson,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Okay. So did he get it or? Oh, God. All right, here we go. Back to the case. That's kind of upsetting. I suppose I could look his name up.
Is there any particular file that you would like to start with that kind of gives an overview of what we should be expecting from these other?
We can just start going through the folders.
Okay. Let's start with folder number 1. Back out a second. Did you title that yourself?
Yes.
And what is that title for the record?
So to title them, I used the phone number and then the associated user of that phone number that I was provided by the investigating detectives. So for this one, the first folder is the phone number 702-353-3823, and it's Andrea Reyes CDRs.
And were you provided those by Detective Ozawa?
Yes.
If you could open that folder, please. There's 2 separate subfolders. One says mapped data and the other says provided files. Can I presume that the second folder is what you received to analyze?
Correct.
If you could open that. Subfolder CDR records, open that. And then there are several files. It looks like some Excel, some PDF.
Yes.
Go ahead and start with the COR affidavit, certification file. Tell us, what are we looking at here?
So every time a detective sends a search warrant to the carriers, all of this information, we don't have to have the phone in hand. All of the information that I'm going to go over is stored at the actual carriers. So we send a search warrant to them asking for the information that we're looking for in our investigation. When they send it with us, they send us a certificate just saying that all the information is accurate and they're attesting to the legitimacy of it.
Okay. You can close that out. Tell us, what type of records did you receive with regards to Ms. Reyes' phone?
I received the call detail records that document all of the actual call transactions, and then I also received data sessions as well. Anytime that you're on YouTube or Google connecting to a cell tower, it logs those transactions too. So those are two separate documents. We also have a subscriber information document too.
Let's start with that. For the record, you're opening up Excel sub-TIPCO?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here, Jim?
This is generally the subscriber information. This one they didn't fill out a lot of, but typically in this you'll see the subscriber name. Usually that's the person using the phone or a family member or something like that. This one is actually relatively blank compared to the other ones, so they just didn't populate a lot of this. But you can see that it went into effect 11/29 of 2022.
Okay, and what is the phone number, where is it found on this document?
Right up here in the top left. This.
And that matches the folder name that you just provided?
Yes.
With regard to subscriber information, different phone companies require different things when you start an account. Is that correct?
Correct.
Some companies require a subscriber name, some require identification, others don't, correct?
Correct.
With regard to T-Mobile, is it shocking to you that there is a missing subscriber name, or is that something you've seen?
No, this is not uncommon.
Okay. And there are ways in which detectives can determine who is actually in possession of this number outside kind of your expert knowledge.
Correct.
Like they could call them on the number and see who answers.
Correct.
For example, okay. With regard to this particular document, is there anything else you need to convey to the jury?
No, and the document, it states the phone number in here so that we clearly know that these records are associated with this phone number.
And that's actually listed as the MSISDN. What is that?
I'd have to pull it up, but it's like the mobile subscriber international serial number for the device. So anytime you see MSISDN, there's a lot of acronyms. This is always the phone number of the device.
Got it. You can close out. Now there's one separate document for the CDRs and then one for the data sessions. Tell us how those differ, what we're looking at.
So the CDRs is going to be the actual call detail records. Typically, it's always going to be the dialing and receiving calls. Anytime there's a call transaction with the cellular device and another device on the network or off the network, it's going to include text messages. So any kind of transaction that traverses the network that's related to communications on the device, whether it's calls, text, stuff like that.
What about the data sessions?
The data sessions are specifically for internet connectivity, and it'll say in the actual file how many bytes up and down are occurring with each transaction. So if you're browsing the web, if you're using YouTube, something like that is what would be in the data sessions. It doesn't tell us what the data is or what sites they were connecting to, but just they were using mobile data.
Okay, and so let's step back for a moment, and if you could explain to the jury how it is that a cell device actually interacts with a cell tower, generally.
Sure. So you can think of cell towers kind of as giant Wi-Fi routers. So it's using radio frequencies to connect to the cell phone in your pocket, for example. Whenever there's any kind of transaction that occurs or you send or receive a call, it's reaching out through radio frequencies to typically the nearest cell tower. It's establishing a connection wirelessly, and then it's using that cell network to transfer any data or any call that you may have through the network to where it's supposed to go and back and forth to your device. So you're always going to be connected to a cellular tower, and you'll notice if you go into rural areas, you lose connection, you're just so far away from cell towers or you're blocked, you're not going to be connected.
And you said generally you're going to be connected to the nearest cell tower. You mean nearest geographically?
Correct.
Okay. Are there some exceptions to that, what is a general?
Yeah, and I actually have some exhibits prepared if you would like to go into that. It can really help illustrate it a little better. So
while you pull that up, just a couple more follow-up questions.
Sure.
So the jury understands, if I have my phone and it's locked, right? Like it's I'm not doing any activity on it. Is my phone interacting with the nearest cell tower at this point in time?
Oftentimes, yes.
Why is that, or how is that?
So the cell towers are constantly trying to keep you connected to the network, and oftentimes the cell towers, especially if you're moving, you're getting transferred to other towers. They're constantly gauging connectivity to you. If you're in a crowded space, network traffic can sometimes be a factor. So if that tower is becoming congested, then it'll move you to another best available connection. So there's always stuff going on in the background with cell towers to keep you connected and to give you the best service.
So I don't need to be actively on my phone sending a text to interact with the tower.
Correct.
And likewise, if
You know, to be honest, it makes you not want to have a cell phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just makes you not want to have a cell phone. If people can keep up with you like this, come on. Scares the hell out of me. I don't really have a cell phone. I really don't. I don't have a cell phone with a number. I can make phone calls from a text now number, but I don't have a cell phone. I have my iPhone that I use the internet to make phone calls. But once I leave my house, my phone is off. It has no internet connection, no connection to anything unless I connect to a Wi-Fi.
my phone is quiet or in sleep mode in my pocket and I receive a text, that could be coming through, or has to be coming through a tower as well.
Correct.
Okay. And what did you want to illustrate with this?
So I have a few photos just to kind of help make this concept a little more clear. So this is an example of the mapping that we do. We'll come back to these. So the data in the top left is not as relevant now as the actual imagery that you see on the screen. But what we have here is at the base of this triangle is going to be a cell tower. As you're driving around, I'm sure you've probably seen them. They're usually three-sided. They look like giant triangular poles. Each one of those three sides is an antenna. So most cell towers have a set of three antennas that face out in three different directions. So what we can glean from that investigatively when we request these call detail records is it will log the transactions, it will log the connections with the cell tower location that you're using, and then it will also tell us which of those three antennas on the tower your device was connected to. And from that, we can typically infer distance from the tower and the direction from the tower.
Oh, I forgot to mention, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe the live. Thank you so much for being here. But I will have, once my son gets home, I will have to shut down. But when we get back, I'll start back up my live and finish out the day today, because I think I'm going to help his cousin and go to Iowa City with her tomorrow for a doctor's appointment. So I won't be able to do the live until I get back.
Based on the density of other towers in the area. So let me try to break that down. But this just shows an example of our mapping software. The big red section is just showing you which direction the angle is facing. It doesn't mean anything's in that red area. It's just letting you know that the antenna is facing that way. So if you were at this house, for example, you'd be connecting to this antenna on the cell tower. And again, there's three antennas. So if you were off over this way, say in this neighborhood to the right, I don't know if you can see my mouse over there or not, but if you're over to the right, you're typically going to connect to the antenna that faces that direction. That's not always true 100% of the time. Sometimes there's geographic interferences and stuff like that that could cause another tower in the area to be the best signal. Or it can even cause, this line is not necessarily a hard line, it can even cause you to connect to the other nearby antenna just because that one has a stronger, better signal. And we'll get into that a little bit more.
Yeah, in a moment. Just to kind of break it down. So if this particular cell tower has three antennas on it facing different directions.
Correct.
They cover 360 degrees.
That's correct.
But they're split in three, so it's 120 each.
Yep, correct.
So this angle we're seeing, this particular antenna is 120 degrees of the total coverage area of this particular tower.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that sometimes there's a little bleed back, or I can't remember the term you used. I use bleed back.
Yeah.
Do you have something to illustrate that?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yep. So we'll get into that. And towards the end, I'll show you an example of multiple towers and how that would look. But if we zoom out a little bit, one of the questions is how can we determine then cell towers? There's documentation out there that shows they can travel in excess the signals of 20 plus miles in rural areas, and you can still get a connection. So in cities, we have multiple towers all throughout this area. Just in this image, there's multiple cell towers that you could be connecting to. So how do we know where that coverage starts and stops? There's a couple different ways. Typically, we can 100% map the direction from the tower that the antenna is facing. And then from there, and based on the cell tower density, we can start to infer coverage area, especially in an urban environment, because typically you're not going to be connecting to a cell tower across the entire city. Most of the time, you are going to connect to the nearest tower, and in my experience mapping these, I'll see that you will connect to the nearest tower, and usually the antenna that's facing you. So another way to visualize that, though, by estimating the coverage area with other towers in the area, would be this. And this is we call it the horizontal plane. So if you're looking down on a cell tower and you slice the coverage, this is what it looks like. And it's just a good representation to kind of see the coverage area. In real life, shapes aren't perfect. Even the wedge that I showed you previously with the little pie slice here, it's not a perfect shape. And I mean, I'm sure everybody's experienced that as they've dropped calls driving behind buildings, stuff like that. So there's a lot of shadowing that occurs. This edge is not perfect. So just keep in mind, this is illustrative to give you a general idea of the direction someone is from the cell tower and where we can generally expect that coverage to be. So,
go ahead.
Okay, for example, and just to show the difference, this shows the direction from the tower. If we estimate coverage using, this is tracks mapping with their estimates and their algorithms and their understanding of the density of the towers in the area. This is the size of this particular tower that they came up with. Each tower is going to have a different size, again, based on how close other towers are to it. But the coverage area would be that entire red area. In theory, that's theoretical. And then this is just them overlaid, so you can really see the difference of the two mapping methods that I utilize.
Got it. You mentioned a couple terms, density and shadowing, and I want to just try to use my layman's terms and see if this explains it a little bit clearer. Fair to say that if you're in downtown Vegas, or say on the Strip, let's go with the Strip, there are a lot more cell towers down there than there are if you're out at Pabco Road on the way to Lake Mead.
Correct.
And so that might narrow in kind of your inference as to where the phone is, correct?
Absolutely.
And if you're out in that rural area, you may be hitting off a device, but you could be like, or a tower, and you could be like 15 to 20 miles away from that tower.
Correct.
In this particular area, we're talking about a residential neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
The Paladura neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several cell towers within this area?
Yes.
And likewise, we're going to be talking a little bit later about a Porcupine Rim address. Is that a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several towers with that in that area?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like there's one tower servicing this massive 20-mile thing. There's a bunch of cell towers in that.
Correct.
You were going to go on, I believe, to...
Yeah. And on that note, there's in cities and urban environments, we like it from an investigative perspective because just as he was saying, in the more dense urban environments, you're going to have a greater density of towers, which reduces the area that each tower services and covers. So in an example like this, you're going to have a lot more towers than you would in a rural area, which actually helps us dial in the general geographic area where somebody may be located or where somebody may be using that cell tower. Another technology, so there's two main concepts to the mapping and the location aspect of CDRs, and the second concept here is timing advance. What this is doing is it's using the same angles, the same antennas, so out of the three antennas, what we get with timing advance is the network, the cell tower, will send a signal to the device, and then the device will immediately bounce it back to the tower. Radio frequencies are the same material that light is. Radio frequencies travel at the speed of light. We know that speed, so when the tower sends the signal to the device and it bounces back, it's like an echo, like a sonar ping, and it uses the amount of time that it takes in fractions of a second to be able to calculate the distance from the tower that the device is.
So before you go on, just summarize it. Is your device required to be sending or receiving text messages or calls in order for the timing advance to come into play?
No, a lot of the times we see this occurring in the background.
Why is that?
The cell networks, and again, this was not designed for law enforcement purposes. This is all analytics on the cell network and cell carrier side. So they're trying to keep track of where the device is. They're trying to send out pings to make sure the device is still connected. It's all stuff to optimize the connectivity of the device and determine what the appropriate tower it should be connected to is, and just data for the carriers as well, because they're getting those distance measurements to see where devices are connecting to their antennas.
And to be fair, those carriers are big old corporations.
Correct.
Their probably their bottom line is dollars.
Correct.
Right, so they want to give the best product, and so they're constantly testing and kind of refining their towers, et cetera.
Yes. And that's what all of this is for. And what I have here is several examples mapped together. And this is another tool that we use investigatively, because if there's a lot of timing pings, one, you can track the movements of people. But if you get a lot of overlap, because we don't know exactly where on this arc they are. We know the distance from the tower, and you measure that distance with the whole length of the antenna. So that equal distance from the tower gives you a circular shape. We get a little bit of a half circle here. And we know that they're roughly that distance from the tower. It's pretty accurate, within a few meters. And they're going to be somewhere along this line. So when we start getting a lot of activity in an area and the cell phone's bouncing off different towers, we start getting lines intersecting, and we start getting lines developing next to each other. And for us, we often use this to locate suspects in crimes. In this particular case and example, we're using known locations, but it just kind of helps validate. You can see that you get a lot of that crisscrossing in areas that you know to be relevant to the investigation.
Let me stop you before you move on. So you said we use this a lot to locate suspects who committed crime. So initially you said this wasn't initially created as a law enforcement tool. This is stuff that the big cell phone companies are doing on their end.
Yes.
This is something you rely on very frequently in the law enforcement world.
Yes.
In fact, it's becoming more and more important to our investigation, particularly in homicide. Fair?
Correct.
You said that you sometimes use this to track and locate suspects. Have you, throughout the course of your experience, seen this and relied upon it? And if a phone says it's at these intersected arcs, that suspect is actually at that location?
Correct. And I started using CDRs as a property crimes detective, and a lot of times we would determine the suspect's phone number, and now we have to try to locate them to see where they're storing stolen things, stuff like that. So we would frequently be able to use these arcs to at least get a good idea of what street even that they live on, and then we'd be able to locate their car and locate them. So it gives us, again, it's not going to be a precise point like GPS. There's caveats to all of these, and the shapes aren't perfect, but reliably I've been able to solve cases and get within a pretty close distance of a suspect's house that I didn't know the address to.
And you mentioned GPS points. I'm glad you said that. So we've recently heard testimony from a detective, Spangler. You know him?
Yes, sir.
Spangler was tasked with dealing with the burla, which is GPS. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that those precise GPS points are actually like breadcrumbs moving throughout the valley.
Yes, sir.
That's not what you're dealing with here.
No. What we're dealing with is we get a general geographic area of coverage. A GPS point will be able to put you within a 2 or 3 meter radius sometimes. What we're looking at is entire neighborhoods and the general direction from the tower. So I can say a device is in this general geographic area. However, I can't say exactly where in this shape it is located.
And let me just clarify something. Detective Spangler's responsibility was that GPS point.
Correct.
The burla.
Yes.
And it'll be up to the jury to decide if this is consistent with that. Anything you're doing today with this, you're not relying on any information from the Nissan Armada's burla system.
Correct.
This is entirely separate, and this is call detail records and timing events.
Correct. And in fact, when I map these records, I like to know as little about the case as possible, ideally, just because I'm able to focus on what the records are telling me, and I try to eliminate that bias from other sources, because then you know where to look. So if you don't have that information when you start the mapping, it's interesting how telling the records can be, and then you can cross-reference that with other data afterwards.
And you can also cross-reference it with things like video. Surveillance or times where witnesses say somebody is and all that stuff.
Correct.
But you're not doing that. That's for them to decide.
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then we just have a couple more. This is another example. So if we go back a few slides, this is one tower that services that address. This is another tower that services that address. So you'll see there is a lot of overlap. And again, you'll have a couple options to connect to, and the cell network is constantly working in the background to keep you connected to the strongest and most reliable signal source. And again, typically that is going to be the closest tower and the direction you're facing. And I'll get into the caveats in a little bit, but just as another example of another tower in that area, And I should have overlaid them, but we'll see that in a little bit. But the coverage does overlap so that you don't drop calls. Obviously, there can't be dead spots between towers. And then this is again mapped with both features. The little, we call it a wedge. That's a wedge shape, a little pie slice. And then if we're trying to estimate or just show a visual estimate of the coverage area based on the tower density, this is the coverage area that we're getting per Trax's calculations.
Okay, before you move on, I just want to ask, up in the left corner, it has your event number. It has August 7th, 2023 is the date, map CDR records from AT&T in red. And then a little bit further down, it says time frame 0200 hours PDT to 212 PDT. Is that Pacific time?
Yes, Pacific time, specifically Pacific Daylight Time, because every time the clocks change, it puts us on a different time standard.
Okay, so we previously heard the term UTC through another witness. What does that mean to you?
And that's Universal Coordinated Time. It's UTC, and that's the standard that we receive all the records in. That's the standard time that the entire world can utilize if we wanted to be on the same page. And then when you have time zones, you calculate the offset based off UTC. So UTC is always 0, and then PDT, for example, is UTC minus 7 hours, and that's how we would get to PDT.
And it's either -7 or -8.
Correct.
Depending on the time of year.
Yeah, we just switched to -8 with the time change.
Okay, and so if we're talking about August 7th records, you're doing a -7 to the record.
Correct.
Are the AT&T records themselves going to be reflecting UTC time?
Yes.
And so anytime this jury sees a map like this, you have already done the conversion for them.
Correct.
If they want to go back and look at the original records, they have to do the math and subtract 7 based on the time of year in the original raw records.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Are there more?
Yep, there's a few more.
explanatory slides? Okay, go ahead.
This is an example of 2 different carriers that service the same area. So the blue is T-Mobile, and then the red is going to be the tower that AT&T utilizes. However, these towers, even though they're 2 different networks, they are using 2 different towers to service the same general geographic area.
Oh man, you don't ever want to use an AT&T tower. If you're not on AT&T, oh no. They will boot you right off there. Oh yeah. And AT&T will charge you for roaming. Oh, I had a bad situation. My sister got my daughter a phone from AT&T, and oh my God, it was the worst experience ever.
So this is just what that looks like. And then I wanted to show this example just because we do get these outliers sometimes where you see this line from the, and again my mouse is on there. Okay. So you see this line, and you'll notice that this little house here is going to be outside of that line, outside of the expected coverage area based on the wedge that we're looking at. However, and this is why I wanted to show the alternative method of mapping, if we utilize this H-plane, and the shape of that H-plane is determined from a bunch of scientific testing through the antenna manufacturers. They're able to use a chamber, it's called an anechoic chamber is the scientific name for it. They're able to basically measure the shape of the coverage area of the radio frequencies, and that's where this shape essentially comes from. So you can see that it propagates out from the tower, not in perfect lines, and sometimes you will have that coverage a little bit back from where the wedge shows.
So we're now seeing a 249 next to the red ping and a 5657 next to the blue ping. What do those mean?
So those are just the lines, the rows from the records that it was derived from. So this is one we're mapping, and we can even pull it up live later on. And I can show and get into that. But it's referencing each one of these points in my mapping software. This is just a screenshot, but I can click it, and it'll give me a little bit more information about where that specific...
Y'all, we knew he was going to be here a while. He brought his own computer. He brought his own PowerPoints. We've been here now for 20 minutes looking at the same screen. He for real. He came prepared.
Record came from, and the way Trax does it, which is what we're seeing here when we're using just Trax, it's referencing the actual row number that it pulled that data from. from the spreadsheet that they provided.
Okay, before you move on, just so we're clear, if the jury wanted to go back and double check one particular point, they see a 249 like that on the AT&T records, they can go to line item 249 and look for themselves on the raw records.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, go ahead.
And all of those records, it's providing us latitude and longitude, it's providing us the antenna information. A lot of times it'll give you the rough street address as well for all the towers. So the software is designed to take all of that information from, it's just Excel spreadsheets with the phone numbers, the dialing number, the receiving number, all the information of a transaction or a call, including the location information of the towers that it was using. That's all in the boring spreadsheets. And then the software turns that into mapped data, and it allows us to see it.
Did you have more explanatory slides?
Yep, and this is one of the last two. This is just a good example I pulled from the internet where it shows it's not that perfect wedge shape that we depict in the mapping. That's just to give you a general idea, again, of the geographic area that a phone might be connecting. However, in reality, it's more like a blob. So what you can see here is the dark blue would be this antenna. It goes out to here. Sometimes it'll bleed over to the side of the lines. And again, there might be obstructions, buildings, something like that. That creates shadowing because radio frequencies behave similarly to light. They're the same material. You might have tall buildings here, so the better connection will be the cell tower that's actually further away. And then just to give you an example of a dense urban environment with all of that overlap, this is what it could look like with the various coverage blending into each other with multiple cell towers. So this is similar to a neighborhood, like what we were just looking at with all the pictures I showed you before.
Got it. So with this particular exhibit, I want to get into a moving cell phone. So if a cell phone is interacting with towers or someone's on the phone and they're driving on the freeway, is there like handoffs between these towers as the phone moves? How does that work?
Yes, and so the coverage overlaps intentionally because when you start getting away from this tower, the network is constantly measuring and keeping track of your signal strength. And once you reach a certain point, and again that can change from day to day even, you reach a certain point where the network will decide now the next closest tower is the strongest signal, and it will seamlessly transfer you to that. So you can drive around town without ever dropping a call.
Maybe.
Yeah, sometimes you do.
All right, is that the end of your explanatory
Yes.
exhibits? Okay, so let's go back to folder 1 with Andrea Rez's CDRs.
Okay.
Go into provided files, CDRs, and then if you could open up the particular records we need to describe before you go into any mapping.
Sure, so we can open up the CDR records. So this is what it looks like when they send it to us. And what you'll see here is each column, they'll provide us, it's a ton of data. And I apologize, I wanted you all to be familiar with this before we get into the moving and the other exhibits, just because it's good to foundationally understand where all that data comes from and where all the mapping comes from. So
let's start with column A.
Column A here, we have the date, and it'll show you what date that cell transaction occurred on. And as you see, as I scroll down, the date will change. They're all in chronological order.
Column B.
Column B is the actual time in UTC.
Now, if someone on the jury wants to look at a particular line item, they've got to do their own math. They subtract 7. As a result of that, the actual date might change. Correct?
Yes.
So if you're looking at like a 2 a.m. record, you minus 7, you're going back 5 hours in the day.
Well, and this first one is a good example. So on 8/2 of 2023, the first transaction we have is at 1:45 in the morning. It uses military time, so it's a 24-hour time display. So if it's 11 o'clock at night, you'll see it be 2300, similar to these. But the first one is at 1:45 in the morning, so you would have to subtract 7, and it's a little confusing because of the 12, but you just have to work it out. So it would be 1:45 a.m. minus 7 hours.
Okay, so let's skip over column C and go to column D first.
Okay.
What is that?
This is going to be the call type, so it's telling you, and there's a reference key we can get into because I don't have all of these memorized, but some of them. A couple examples like this is SMS, so that's just typical cellular messaging. So if you send or receive a text message, that is what this is. Let's see if there's.
How do we know when we're looking at a call?
So when we're looking at a call, you'll see it's going to be either MTC or MOC in these records, and you all will have the actual key as well if you're curious what these are. I reference it a lot because it's too much to memorize. There's so many different acronyms. However, when we're looking at a call, line 1 is another good example. You have the calling number and you have the dialed number. The number for the subject number of the transactions that we're looking at is always going to be on one side of those. So either they're the dialing number or they're the receiving number. So you'll see the target phone number for these records is 702-353-3823, and you'll see that 3823 on one side of every transaction. And this here is a call.
It's either the calling number or the dial number.
Correct.
Got it. And so I skipped over 3 duration to get into call type first. So when we go to your example at line 11, go to 11 first.
Yes, sir.
That was a text message.
Yes.
So in the duration column, we see nothing, just blank.
Correct.
If you look above that, those are calls, and you're seeing a duration.
Correct.
So how is it that, or what does duration actually mean? Is it like the whole time I pick up my phone and I dial and then it's ringing, ringing, ringing? Or is it the time we're talking or what?
It can vary between carriers, but usually it's when you connect. So the actual time that the call is connected, so when you hear it ringing, it's not connected yet, they pick up and you'll even notice on your phone the timer starts. And that's how it's reflected in the cell network as well. So duration is approximately 30 seconds for this phone call.
Okay. And then, do you know off the top of your head what happens when a call goes to voicemail, what it looks like?
Not off the top of my head, because some of these are codes. So when it says the calling number, voicemail is often 9999, like this.
Well, but that would be in the key, right?
Yeah, so that'll be in the key, but it'll tell you if it goes to voicemail, and then there's let me make sure there's no other columns because each carrier is a little different. No. So it would be under the call type, and or there will be an actual code in the calling number to show that it went to voicemail. So you'll see weird little numbers like this, and you just have to reference the key to see what those mean.
Got it. Okay. So go back to the top. We've gone through the first 5 or 6, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's go down the line and you tell me what's important for the jury to know about the rest of the call.
Yeah, so, and this is for the phone number ending in 3823. And so, for example, this first line is just showing that there was an incoming call from this phone number ending in 3557. The number that they dialed was our target phone number, the 3823. And then, same thing, they say it a couple different ways with T-Mobile, the destination number, the called number, the dialed number, but you'll see that that's consistent with the target phone number for the records at the top. The IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identifier. That's just a serial number for the SIM card in your phone, because sometimes we'll have people changing out the SIM cards. It'll show that in the records. Sometimes the records will get messed up like that if I click too much. The IMEI, that's going to be the serial number for the device itself. So your cell phone will always have that same IMEI. That's just the digital serial number that's always attached to the device.
So let me stop you. If I keep my phone and I switch out the SIM card, the IMSI will remain, the IMSI will change, the IMEI will remain the same.
That's correct.
So the way I always say is like the IMEI is like the serial number of the phone, the IMSI is the serial number of the phone number.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you'll just have some completion codes. These are things I don't typically worry about. The service codes, this is an example of actually a forwarded call, and I start to retain some of these as I look at these records a lot. But the 02A with T-Mobile just means that the call was forwarded. And then this is all in the key as well. So these could be important if you're kind of curious about the nature of certain calls or you see something weird. The service code tells you a little bit more about what's going on. So if the call was forwarded or there's something abnormal about it, it'll be in these service codes, and there's a corresponding key that T-Mobile provides with us. The switch names and all of these cell site IDs, this is all corresponding to the network traffic as well as the network connection points that the cell networks basically distribute all of the traffic through. So it's not as relevant. And then the more relevant part when we get to these cell sites is the actual locations. So it'll show us the latitude, the longitude, and then, like I said before, it'll give us a rough address of the cell tower, and it'll tell us the city, the state that the tower's in, the zip code. That's all part of the address here. And a lot of the lines are blank.
Is there anything else generally we need to describe in this type of record for the jury, or can we move on to the timing?
Nope, we can move on.
All right, go ahead.
And I don't believe there's timing advance in this
I'm
set,
sorry,
actually.
data sessions.
Data sessions.
So what are we looking at that's different from what we just did?
So it's different, but still similar. The MSISDN, like I said before, that you can just think of that as the acronym for the phone number. That's a fancy way of saying phone number. So it's always going to be the target record's phone number. So this is the target record phone number that we sought this information for, and the phone number associated is always going to be the same. And then what happens is this is the phone connecting to the internet through the cell network. So you can browse the web without having to connect to Wi-Fi, for example. That's because the cell network enables you to connect to the internet. It's going to assign you an IP address. Without getting into that, that's just giving you a temporary address to access the internet through, just like routers work. Cell networks work the same way. You're going to see the same familiar numbers we just saw last time with the IMEI. You're going to see the SIM card serial number, the INSI. It gives us the start time, and it gives us an end time for the data connection.
Now, do these data connections need to be going live, or could this be something working in the background? If I leave Instagram open on my phone, this is still recording stuff.
Yeah, you can still be running in the background, or if you're driving around streaming music or something like that, that data session is always going to be open, and it's going to be handed off to other towers as you move around.
And then T-Mobile keeps track of those records so they can charge me for all that data.
Correct.
Anything else on this that you need to explain before we move on?
Nothing too fancy. It still shows you the cell tower sites and the locations and everything, though, which is how we can map, again, the latitude, longitude. It's how we know the location of the tower they're connecting to the internet through. And then it also gives us even the amount of data that they downloaded, the amount of data that they uploaded, and it gives us a duration in seconds. So we're able to, essentially all of this, we're able to take and put into a map and be able to see how long they were connected to a record or to a tower and what tower they were connected to. So it's just important to know everything that we map and we see on the maps comes from these data sheets.
You can close out of that. Can we now move on to mapping, or is there anything else you need to explain before that?
Nope, I think we are good to move on to mapping.
All right, so you're going to back out to the Andrea Reyes CDRs and then mapped data. What is inside this file folder?
Inside this folder is what I produce. So when I get all of these files, I plug them into my software, and then this is what the software spits out. So it will map all of the data for me. There's a few things that I can do. I can change the colors and stuff like that to make it easier to represent. And then after I'm done reviewing it in the actual mapping software, I can export that to a Google Earth file so that we can open it on any computer, whether they have the software or not. So it exports it.
All right, y'all. I have to go. I'll be back later, and I will finish out the rest of today. I don't know how long I'll be. Not too long. But there's not much of, I don't know how much more is left of today. So, all right. Well, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Sorry. Who's ever in here watching, but I'll be back. All right. Thanks for watching this with me today. Bye-bye.